Hello, welcome everyone. Welcome to this Sunday. I'm sure that you are probably either sleeping or awake or half awake because this is Sunday morning in India about 7:20 a.m. But we are glad that we can see several number of people who have actually joined us. And I can see that my partner from Australia, Marco, he also joined here. And welcome to World Leader Summit once again. This is happening from 5th November to 9th of November. For last 2 days we had amazing, great, beautiful, extraordinary speakers who actually spoke. Some people cried, some people laughed. They shared their anger, their passion, their activities, what they are doing. A lot of energy actually floated into our summit. And the way we started, let me give you a little bit of history of World Leader Summit, how it started and what is the purpose of it. World Leader Summit, as a summit, it started last year, July 2020, as a concept to bring the entire world into a common platform so that people can communicate with each other, connect with each other, coordinate with each other, and of course, they can do business with each other. So what we did so far, so good. Let me introduce myself. I'm Arijit Bhattacharya. For the last 23 years, I'm running one of the finest game development and deep tech technology company based out of India, and we explore the entire world. While exploring the world, while traveling across the world, people usually call me as a globetrotter. I felt that let me connect all these countrymen, these good people who are from various different industries and different countries into a common platform. And uh, I floated a platform called Entrepreneur Face, which is basically a fundraising platform several years back, and helped so many startups and SMEs and MSMEs in my life, be that from technology or from the non-technology part of it. While creating angel syndicates, I actually helped around 3 different angel syndicates to start their own operation. One of them is based out of course, in US. Another one is based out of Australia, wherein, of course, I have got my partner who runs an amazing another company that's actually doing cross-border trading. We handshake with each other and then felt that let's create a common platform for everybody to come and then grow. So while talking with each other, talking with lot many people during pandemic, we felt that pandemic cannot stop entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship must grow and it should grow. So with that note, we started it as a form of a summit, a platform, an ecosystem, which we call as WLS ecosystem. Within this ecosystem, we have got approximate 35K subscribers in our portal. And then we felt that why don't we come up something more? So after the first World Leader Summit, which actually happened from 7th December for 10 days in 2020, we felt that why don't we come up with our own business acceleration program, our own funding platform, and then so many other things. We started a program called Ambassador. So we have at the moment 95 countries Business Connect, approximate 62 ambassadors from 62 different countries. Probably the number is more now, I need to check. But that's the active ambassadors that we have. The job role of our ambassador is actually giving all the benefits that people can think of, and they are actually value givers rather than value takers. And they try to bring much more value to the ecosystem. While talking such kind of activities, we felt that we should come up with at least a minimum viable structure for all these kind of innovation part. And while we are feeling that, we felt that we should start our own acceleration platform. So here we are. It was not actually shared in any part of social media or any news till date unless we declared it inside World Leader Summit. That was the purpose. Co-Innovate Venture usually works with revenue stage startups who are earning their revenue and want to grow their business. We are giving them a scale-up opportunity, handshaking, market connect. Easy to say, real hard to do. Just think of some company who is trying to probably scale up from Nepal to a different part of the world, which can be probably Vietnam. Now, from a business perspective, they need to understand how they can find the right kind of partner to enter a new market. So what we did, we brought in our total entire number of years of experience, expertise, and business network, and we are trying to connect them with the right kind of partner. We usually negotiate, coordinate, communicate on behalf of you, and then find out the right kind of partner with our network, connect, and then scale them up. There are a lot of various different kind of activities that we do, which are all enlisted over here. So what exactly you're going to get? You're going to get several different opportunities to grow. Number one, of course, you'll be getting funding support. You will be getting network and market connect. You will get hands-on support for all those kind of pitch deck that you are creating. Again, a lot of startup, they usually apply to me and my partners and my other fundraising companies. Whatever pitch deck you're sending, honestly speaking, they are not complete. So we are trying to help the startup to create a proper pitch deck so that they can actually pitch in front of the investor. Usually they send us a idea. It doesn't actually make any sense unless you are giving the ROI, and of course how an investor can join with you, handshake, and grow along with you. These are not that easy to make. We try to create a curriculum, which is our own curriculum, so that people can learn it on a specific course basis and then go for the business world. Creating technology and growing business are two different aspects. You need to understand, even though we have a lot of technocrats who understand it very well, we are just a small dot in the vast world trying to give a good number of activities. So of course you have advice and mentoring. We have a large community of people who can help you out to grow. We don't really encourage people to go with the social media and then shout over there. It doesn't make any sense. In social media, if you get probably thousands of likes, you will probably get one business lead. So that's not the process. We have our internal process to communicate, coordinate, and understand the business need, and then collaborate. We have multiple different kind of partners who are actually into this. So let me give you a little bit of idea. We have partners from Mexico, Canada, of course, the mid part of Australia. We have people from Dubai. We have people from Vietnam, Asian part, almost every other region. And we are growing with all those kind of corporate client support. What they are going to give, they are going to give, honestly, a lot of benefit. Like some people, they are great in cloud computing. Some people, they have their own data center. Some are having their own digital solution. Some have their own kind of technology or non-technology solution. Some have probably the legal solution. So all these people, they are there to help you and grow your startup. So if you are a startup, feel free to register over here. And we are actually taking at the moment in our cohort. The cohort will start next year. I'm not sure whether you understand cohort concept in Accelerator or not, but this is going to start in a cross-vertical open innovation sector. We are actually applying for these 8 different verticals of industries. If you are there, feel free to apply. You can check our mentors. Few of them are there. They will probably talk to you in a normal usual note, but for proper mentoring, they will always come back to us. It's no point to communicate with them directly in any social media. It's not going to happen unless we have a specific structure and you're there. Then we have multiple projects. You can check what all we have proposed so far. We have various different projects from various different part of the industry and from several different countries. Any investor, any mentor, any student, any startup, they can check this. If you feel that this is interesting, please apply with this particular ID code, and we'll definitely connect you back with these company owners so that you can probably do a couple of things together. Okay, so these are our teammates. We have 3 people. I am actually born and brought up in India. We have Marco, who is from Australia, and we have Gazrila. She's from Malaysia. If you want real industry news, we have a latest news section. You can read it. Worth it. Try and read these details. It will actually give you a lot of different kind of idea what's going on. Okay. And of course, any question you have, there is a fact section. You can read. You can understand what all we are doing. Right. There is a page called pitch deck. You can directly go fill this up. If you have a file, a deck, which is within 5 MB of size, please choose here. If your file size is more than 5 MB, put your drive link over here. We'll get that and we'll get back to you. A lot of other of our ambassadors, they ask for different verticals, different opportunities if we can create. So we created another vertical, which is a real estate portal of our own, wherein you can see how we are making things happen. Give me a moment. Let me open Property Planner for you. This is completely new. A lot of people, they felt that there is a need. We should actually come up with our own real estate property dealing portal, and they can enlist their property over there and we can help them to sell it. So here we are. We launched our own property buy and sell. It's not a simple, only a normal property buy and sell platform. Here you can get an option to partner with IoT solution companies. So we have few bit of companies who are mainly mid-level, mid-sized companies who give solution for real estate properties. They are enlisted here as our partner, and we are doing few bit of good works together. Not only that, we are coming up with our own platform, which is mainly on NFT arts and traditional arts, and we are going for real buy and sell as well. There are a lot to share, but this is not my time to share things up. This is the time where I should give my entire knowledge and platform and all of our knowledge and platform to the younger generation, the future generation, who will probably take the bat from us and start doing batting. So talking about the same, we have an exciting panel of kids from India who are the future of India, and that's what I believe firmly. And I've got amazing 4 kids with me. Could you please unmute yourself and say hi to the audience and then do a small introduction of yours? I'll take the name first. Please, Kushal, unmute yourself and start your introduction so that we can understand what you do.
So, hi everyone. Firstly, thanks to the World's Leader Summit for giving us this opportunity. So, I'm Kushal Ved. I'm the founder of GamerGage Studio. So, I'm currently in the game development field from last 2 to 3 years. So, this is my small introduction.
Thank you so much, Kushal. We are World Leader Summit. We are happy to have you in our 3rd day of WLS 2021. Bharat, could you please unmute yourself and do a self-introduction?
Hi everyone. First of all, it's a great opportunity being here. It's actually a great pleasure. So I run a startup called Techni and also Techni Studios. So I've created a ton of apps and games and published it out there for the people to use. And also I've worked on some programming and graphic stuff.
Brilliant. Yash, could you please unmute yourself and introduce?
Yeah. Hey guys, I am Yashika Bhattacharya, and first of all, I would like to thank World Leader Summit for giving this wonderful opportunity. So I run an indie studio, and I'm currently a game programmer plus a designer, and I have currently published 3 games in my Google Play Store. That's my introduction.
Thank you so much. Priyanshu, could you please unmute yourself and introduce?
Hello, folks. This is Priyanshu Bhattacharya, and thanks for calling me into World Leaders Summit. And I'm a co-founder and CTO of Anton. I have also experience in web game, AR, VR, and game development. So, yeah.
Super. Before we jump into the topic, let me understand, how old are you, Priyanshu?
I'm 17-year-old.
Awesome. Bharat, what's your age?
Sir, 17.
Kushal?
15.
Yash?
13.
Oh my God. Okay, so 17, 15 and 13, and you have started your own startups. And I'm just thinking about myself. When I started, of course, in the age of 17, but I can see younger than me are thinking that they can start their operation and they can grow their company. Great. Okay, so this is the time I should ask you a very simple question. What's the reason you felt that you should start your own organization rather than doing only study? I will go first with Yash.
Yeah, so when I was in class 4, about 9 years old, I was passionate of programming languages. and like to play games, especially casual and battle royals. So eventually, when I grew up, when I became 10 years, I learned C++ and C as well. And then I learned object-oriented languages such as Java, C Sharp, etc., etc. And eventually learned that the best way to marry art and code is by creating games. Therefore, I started learning Unity by watching online tutorials in YouTube. So after learning, I developed my first game named Fun Archery. It is a casual game as because I can't make a battle royale from the starting. So I wasn't experienced at programming at that time. So first I developed a casual game, which is an archery game. And after that, I developed a racing game named Zigzag Adventure. And a game that I recently published named Draw and Color Fun, which is dedicated for my brothers and sisters. Yeah, so I am also published in press as well and currently making an RPG game.
Brilliant. So I'll go with the same question to Kushal. What's your story, Kushal? How did you start it?
So it's all like near when I was near 9 or 10 years old. So firstly, that time I was in 7 to 8 class. I was in completing my seventh standard. So while doing that, I was pretty much attracted with games. Like I was not having my own smartphone at that moment, but I used to play games on my parents' phone, or sometimes when we are chilling with my friends. So that time we were doing outdoor games, but indirectly at the end of the day when my dad comes from the office, I used to took the mobile and used to play games. Personally, when I was doing these things, I was pretty attracted with the games, but I was not even that thing of like there's a like a business all over going on, or how the games get made and stuff. So slowly when I was like increasing my studies and stuff, and that time I was just realized one thing, that we are doing the same thing like everyone is doing. We're not doing anything special. We are just moving in the same track, that yeah, let's study for like 10 to 20 years, then do a job, which I was not at all like I don't want that thing. Because I was thinking that why not we start our own things, like let's learn something, let's see that what mistakes. So that time the one thing which I got, that how can I start early? It's not because that time I was thinking that it's awkward, like yeah, we are all the parents and stuff were telling like yeah, it's not a time for doing this. Your whole life is pending, like you just can like enjoy your current childhood, play games outside or indoor. Why you are getting into these things in the early age? And that time there was no output also of like what's the games made and all. Everyone think that games just make a child gets more attracted and their studies get destroyed. But I was thinking like it was my passion, so I have to do anyhow. And I want to live a financial freedom life, because I think like starting in early age is also a beneficial also, because we learn many new things without any burden of like yeah, maintaining the house and stuff. So that's how we like started my game development journey. From that time we used to work on starting with the client projects, then we get into the hyper casual, and currently we are working with the hyper casual publishers only. We are just trying to get a hit out. And so yeah, that's my out.
So how about you, Bharat? What's your story? How did you started your?
Okay, so sir, like since my entire childhood, I was damn addicted to all playing games. So one day I was just playing games and I just wondered, like, it was my ninth class, I guess. So in my ninth class, I wondered, like, okay, I am playing a lot of games, but can I ever make a career out of it? Like, can I ever make a career out of the gaming or media industry or something like that? So I just went on YouTube, started searching that, and came across a programming language called C++. That was my first programming language ever. So I had a really low end PC that at the time. So I started learning C++ with that PC. It actually hanged a lot, like even with C++. But yeah, anyhow, I managed. So after that, I continued to learn a lot of more languages, learned Unity, learned Unreal, developed some of my own games, publish them on Play Store and App Stores. And then currently I started my own startup, and currently I've published like more than 7 8 major projects which are actually doing really well in the market. And yeah, I'm really proud that I started up. So it was like that the job journey is something like that you have to study for something like 7 8 years, and then you have a linear growth. But in startup you can just boom anytime. Like if I do well right now, I can just become a millionaire right now. So of course it takes hard work, but still it pays you not according to your time but according to your effort. So yeah, that's it.
How about you, Priyanshu?
Yeah, so I started to learn programming and at the age of 10. So like I at that time I wasn't introduced, actually. My school started it. Like I was in 5th class at ICSC, and they started a programming language called Basic. So my actually interest didn't came from there. It to come from C++ when I started seeing the broad, like the whole domain of software development. And from that day, I was determined that I would explore the whole computer science field. So yeah, that's that's actually what I am doing. And I'm also running my own startup. Like the motivation behind it was that I have seen there are many courses like people can't actually afford. But what I want is that the courses should be like, people should be able to afford those courses. They will only be able to afford those courses if the courses are at really low price. And also I wanted to bring innovation, so we are doing that in our startup. So yeah.
Brilliant, brilliant stories. So all of you actually started your journey with a passion to coding, and then after that, you felt that probably you can become an indie developer and start your own journey. Talking about the same, I understand that Kushal probably is coming from gaming. All of you are actually coming from gaming background, but then eventually you are doing virtual reality, augmented reality, and extended reality. Uh, in this age, when we are talking about deep tech, we are talking about uplifting and upgrading people. To be very honest, I have seen a lot more people in the industry who really want to stay cozy in their own set. I'll share you a funny incident that happened. So I recruited one of the person. I really don't want to take the name for the sake of a lot of things. And he used to be a 2D game artist. That's what was written in his biography. And when I took his interview, he said that yes, he can do all those such kind of things, and he showed various different demo of his game that he has created. We took a technical round. He of course passed, but then when we recruited him, he just can do only normal 2D graphics. Forget about creating graphics for games or understanding or the mechanism of how animation works in 2D game. So we gave him an option to learn it for a month. After 27 days, he get back to us and said, I really don't want to upgrade my skill set. I want to stay whatever I know for the last 10, 12 years, because if I learn the new technology, it will kill my earlier technology. And we asked him to leave the organization because we don't have any other choice, because he's not updating. So while talking about such kind of incident, what's your opinion in today's world? Do you feel as a kid or as a passionate would-be entrepreneur or existing entrepreneur, you feel that if we don't upgrade our skill set, if we are not updating our knowledge base, this can lead to a brighter future, or this will actually kill ourselves? One by one, anybody can unmute and share his or her own experience.
So we should keep learning and I am also a learner. Till now, I am learning Python, PHP for server-side coding. We should keep us upgrading.
Nice. How about you, Kushal? What's your thought?
So I think we should be keep learning new things. It should be in a limit also. Like we should not avoid what we are doing, and we should also learn in not only basics. We should get into the industry also, because while you are running your own startup, it's not confirmed that that startup will only run, or while running any business and stuff. We are not at all sure that what will happen in the future. But if you have multiple skills, multiple genres you know about, or you have knowledge about what's the, like for example AR, VR, MR, so anytime in the future when you see that yeah, this industry will come up or will is coming in a nice phase, you can have an opportunity to get into the industry, or you have a second backup also for your life. And one more thing, like yeah, knowledge never waste us. So we can use it anywhere, anytime. We can use any elements, while because for example, if you learn about game design, so it's not something that you are a programmer and you will only learn programming. You can also practice game design, so that whatever you are making, you can make more amazing things out of it. You can make an interesting part and stuff. Same in the AR VR field, you are learning about technologies and stuff which almost very much like increase your current state of mind also, the view you are seeing all things happening around us. And you get also knowledge about yeah, what's the industry. Because you, if you just keep on to one thing only in a company, or as a startup founder or stuff, you will only grow in that segment until and unless any other studio comes and overlap you. Because that is going to happen, because you only are standing in one position, but others are finding where new skills and stuff, and they will just wrap up you in few minutes only, because you can't speak on those topics which he can. For example, an investor is talking up with you, he is sharing our personal experience, and one founder is telling that I have experience in stuffs and this, and other is telling I have experience in this field only and this much only. Then the investor might think like, yeah, why not we just took the first person. He has knowledge in multiple fields, and in a future he can make sure that the company, if one field gets below, he can make sure that company stability is there with others, startups and other worlds. So yeah, that's my talk.
Super. How about you, Priyanshu?
Yeah, so it's really necessary to actually upgrade yourself, because in see, when we learn any programming language, the fundamentals will be same actually on every language. Like if I learn Fortran, it's like a really old programming language and also not being used, and still I work in Fortran. I'm not talking about the fundamentals, but I'm not talking about the concepts. But if I am, because a language is a tool, right? A programming language is a tool. Now Fortran is not really used nowadays. Now if I am still in Fortran, then there are many things that I'll be missing while working on new technologies, right? Same goes to other fields also. So it's I believe it's really important to upgrade yourself. All right, it's really important to upgrade yourself. You like, if I'm let's say as a graphic designer, if I'm using some other tool that was being used like for some 20 years, and now it has been deprecated, now no one is using, and now I'm going to use some tool known as Illustrator. So I have to learn it, right? Like it's the latest tool, we need to use that, because the old one is has got old. So it's really necessary to upgrade and update our knowledge. So yeah, that's it from my side.
Thank you. Bharat, how about you? Priyanshu, a small request, if you can skip your background noise, it will be great for all of us. If not, that's fine as well. Bharat, please, your views.
Okay, so sir, like of course we should not just stick to one thing. Like for example, if I'm doing for example, doing some programming language, like a programming language or any stuff, that's just a tool to achieve an outcome. So like the world is changing, the apps are changing, the outcomes are changing. So we must upgrade ourselves, or our solution to the problem would be much less effective than the other solutions which are made using the effective tools. So we must keep updating ourselves, because the newer technologies are mostly the better ones, and they have a lot of features which you might want to check out. And also talking about different fields, so if you are running a startup, then you of course have to have knowledge of multiple fields. Like I can't run a startup by saying I'm just a programmer, so I need to have knowledge of program, graphic design, also about managing things and time management and managing the team and all the stuff.
Beautiful. Now, when I'm asking this question, you know what? There is an interesting question that comes in my mind. You guys are all from school, right? And you had your probably computer science syllabus. And when Priyanshu was trying to say he actually learned basic in his school, I'm sure that's a syllabus that you have. I'm not taking any kind of example that whether it is old or new or whatever it is. And when he's talking about Fortran, these are really, really old language. Like in my days, basic used to be there. When I was in class, probably sixth standard, basic was introduced in school. And that's long back. I'm 41 now, right? And if you are saying, if you are making the same statement, you are learning basic in schools, are we really going towards the new digital India? In school till date, we are teaching 50 years old technology. What's your comment on this, one by one?
Well, actually, in my school, the basic programming languages was only taught for 1 year, like in fifth standard only. Nothing like not in class sixth or seventh. From sixth and seventh, we had C++. But believe me, like when I coded in basic, like I literally I don't know why, but still I hate that language. I don't like to code in it. It's like you need to put your caps, like the caps lock should be on. Like everything in there. I literally don't like that language. And also it's old. I don't find any use case actually. Like what I should be coding in it. There's no use case. I can't develop apps. I can't develop games. I can't develop AR VR. So why to use that language actually? And till now in ICSE, not in CBSE. CBSE has changed their syllabus and it's currently like in Python. But till now in many ICSE schools, they are teaching basic, maybe from class 5th or class 6th. So yeah, and I think they should actually introduce the students to newer technologies actually, because the older technologies are not being used really, and I don't think they are good for clearing the fundamentals. Actually every language is good for clearing the fundamentals, but why to teach a really old language? You can teach some useful languages, right, that are being used in the industry, like C++, C, or Java, or let's say Python, or C#. They are actually being used, right? Why basic? So yeah.
I'll tell you why basic. It's probably because if you don't know the history of the Visual Studio, in Visual Studio days, there used to be a language which is called VB 6.0. Okay, 6.0 was the version. To understand 6.0, it's not necessary to understand basic, but probably if you learn the syntax of basic, the same kind of similar kind of structure is being used in Visual Studio. And that was probably the purpose, but I fear we lost in time, because if we look at today's world,
Yeah.
we have got .NET framework, which is much more flexible, smarter, and of course, industry oriented. There, probably we can introduce, I'm just giving it a thought, you will probably, you guys can discuss among each other, and that's what I want. Probably we can start with a very simple language, which is either C++ or maybe C itself. C is a non-object oriented language, and C++ at the same time is got all the power for object oriented language implementation. And if you learn C++, probably it will be easy for you to understand the Unreal Engine. At the same time, if you are learning Java, going towards C#, you will be able to understand Unity in a better, different intro perspective way. Talking about the same, are you guys using any kind of game engine to create your games, or you are going complete native like old days and making it happen? Or are you using some different 2D game engines which are also available in the market, easily available, freely downloadable, and you are utilizing it? I'll go with this question to Bharat first, then I'll be asking the same similar question to Yash. I'll go to Kushal after that, and then I'll come back to you, Priyanshu. Bharat, please.
Yes, so sir, like it's not at all useful like to go completely native according to me. So like if they have already invented the wheel, why should I reinvent the wheel? I can just use Unity and Unreal Engine, which are really powerful engines to create any sort of games. So if I have to create any hyper casual kind of game, I can just go to Unity, and I can even create augmented reality and virtual reality stuff there.
Hey, hold on,
So
hold on, hold on, hold on. You are talking about something about hyper casual game. What is that hyper casual game?
okay, so hyper casual game, it's okay, something like which is not a really complex game. It's something like a basic kind of game with some like one or two main functionalities which has and which can hook the user to play the game for long. Like it's mostly not an online game; it's an offline game with some functionalities, which is kind of a game which can hook the user to play in their free times.
Super. So what's the basic difference between hyper casual and casual games? Hyper casual is a new one. Casual used to be there, and then eventually we moved towards the hyper casual era. But for all the audience, could you please enlighten us what is the difference between casual and hyper casual?
Okay, so in a casual game, like we can have more like a lot of functionalities, like basic functionalities, like a lot of work is done on the graphic part, and also a lot of functionalities. Like it's like a normal kind of a fully fledged game. But in a hyper casual game, the graphic part is made really simple, and only one or two main functionalities on one or two main features are focused mostly, and the entire game is hooked around those one or two functionalities and those graphic parts and those features to hook the user experience for longer.
Awesome. Now, when we talk about such kind of technologies, and you are trying to mention that there is something, some term called VR, AR, XR. What are they? What is VR? What do you mean by VR?
Okay, so VR means virtual reality. It's like we can wear a headset and we can just experience like I can just sit in my home and I can experience anything happening in USA. I can just sit in my home and I can see like the things which are happening in Europe, USA, or anywhere around the world. I can just go to an imaginary world but just wearing a headset. And if we talk about AR, it's augmented reality. It's like instead of going to the imaginary world, I call the imaginary creators to my own world. So like I just by creating some apps, I can just call like some dinosaurs in my room. So like just creating them and simulation of them in my room.
Yash, I will go to you with the same question. Talking about VR, AR, and XR, could you please tell us about your experience? Did you ever created any kind of VR or AR or XR games, or are you only creating mobile versions?
Yeah, so I have also developed VR and AR games using Unity, like a roller coaster VR game, in which you can enjoy roller coaster rides sitting from home. Currently, it is only for Google VR card mode, as I don't have Oculus Quest and HTC Vive, etc. And so talking about VR, VR is a virtually immersed experience which gives 360-degree view. So we are getting into an imaginary world, and we can feel, we can sense another world virtually. That's where the term comes virtual. So virtual means imaginary. So therefore it is named virtual reality. And nowadays they are used almost everywhere, like they are used by doctors, engineers, corporate clients, combat troops, etc. For example, if we take the example of doctors are trained for surgery in VR, and patients are also educated about the upcoming surgery as well.
Frankly speaking, it went a little bit of, you can say, different from the user perspective. I'll tell you the reason why. When you are going real deep into this subject, you're saying that doctors can do pre-operation, or they can actually check things up utilizing VR. Are you serious? Like, in today's world with internet connectivity, doctors are flexible to do such kind of activities? And if yes, what are the main tools, and what is the process that you feel that is there in the market for doctors to adopt such kind of technologies? Doctors are not technology people. They can adopt anything because they are smart guys. But from the technical perspective, do you feel that it's happening? Do you know some people? Do you feel that you can give us some amount of enlightenment about combat troops, which you're mentioning, like people are utilizing virtual reality for maybe war simulation training? Over to you.
Yeah, so talking about combat troops, if we take the example, then combat troops are trained for their combat instead of getting into battlefield. Means we can shoot with guns. If we have in VR, we can have a device which is like a gun, and if we shoot, the enemy gets hit and then dies. So this way, these are trained, combat troops are trained, and as well as engineers, that what is the design of the house. So that's all.
Okay, we heard about his perspective. I'll go to Kushal now with the same concept. Kushal, do you feel that these things are happening? And if yes, what's your feedback regarding the same?
So I think these things are happening. Many startups are also working. Like one startup from India only, named as Ajna Lens, is working regarding this only in the defense sector also. So what's the main perspective of these things are? For example, you are like wearing a headset and you have to do a surgery. You are just a learner. You are not going to operate through a real person. You have to learn, but you can just wear a headset and just sit on it, and you can just use your hands, which comes with the virtual reality, and you can just try getting an operation done. Like same with original lens and stuff nowadays. These are working on the defense sector in terms of like the how the military should stuff. We are not totally disclosed with that because it's a kind of a privacy things. But yeah, that's a idea. Like yeah, you can use these things in terms of a like real world feel. You can just have a setup in the game. You can just make a virtual world. You can just have a setup there, like having a battle scene setup, and you can just make sure that this certain setup gets like in the like looks like a real world. And someone who is a trainer in army can try shooting the weapons and stuff. We have seen multiple images on social medias also. The virtual the VR headset which we are having is just like a Oculus VR and stuff, and that's not what we really are like. That's not what is only the limit. In different sectors of the industry, that's I have a different lookup also. Maybe in the military sector, we are not using that hands only to just fight, because it will not show us our skill. That a 10 years old kid also can do a button and just firing. They have a different equipment, they have a different sectors of guns in their hand, so that it all gets practice in their mindset also, like how these are performing. In VR also, which a normal person, if they have headset, they can only feel that yeah, we are our eyes and stuff, we are just in that world, but they can't feel each and everything. You are riding a roller coaster ride, but you can't feel that the movement, that airflow, or that shakingness of these things. You can just feel that, yeah, and a mind can create a perspective of that, but you can't that think like, yeah, how that feels in a real life. And solving this also, many companies have made a full setup which have a chairs and stuff, and you can just sit on it and it will just move left, right as per the gameplay. So we personally think these many things in the VR expanding. They are expanding on various stuffs and think they are connecting each and every genre. In teaching also, VR and AR is getting used. I have seen that one day when I was coming from my PTM, we have a small like showcase of this thing on my in my school, like a VR headset, and you can just experience a world, like having some dinosaur in front of you and stuff. In teaching also, VR can be, and AR is nowadays using. We can see a some like a teacher which is not actually a teacher, he's just a model, he's just an illustrator, and he is teaching on certain things. Because we have seen that in the past years, reading books instead of like studying through our books, the more a kid understand while seeing some visual things happening around him. If he's seeing a video explanation, he might he gets more knowledge about regarding that field, rather than just reading that statement mentioned in the book. So that's like a thing, like we are expanding in multiple genres. We are just having that face is just ready up, and I am sure in few years we can see like full functionality. More than like 50 to 80% of the big industry leaders will cover up this segment. Like we can also see like Facebook has just announced Meta and their glasses and stuff. So they are getting into these things, and slowly this industry also, like which is currently like doctors, engineers and stuff, will start using these technology as they feels. Because you can give a good ride if you are buying a real estate also, while giving a person from home view, you can just see like this is my house. You can walk inside the house without actually moving to that certain place. Maybe it's in USA, but I want to invest my some sort of money buying. I can't just visit USA, and I can't believe on photos what they have shared with me. Now with wearing a AR VR headset and representing that model in live from us, I can experience like moving in the house, the outside, and every each and each part of the house. So I think in each and sector, if we see the plus point, there are many pros of these things also. And I think in few years, or maybe next year only, we can see many big these industries are using these headset and stuff, which will of course move on. And yeah, that's my talk.
Super. Bharat, Kushal, Priyanshu, and Yash, I will give you my perspective. When I started doing VR coding, it used to be VRML, Virtual Reality Markup Language. In that time, it used to be called as a helmet system rather than headset. And there were technologies for cave system, boom tube concept. And I traveled, honestly, various parts of the world and around probably 4 different continents till date. Um, Talking about the same, when I was traveling to Asia, believe me or not, the entire Asian region, forget India, the other parts like South Korea, or you're going to Taiwan, you're going to China, you're going to Japan, whatever Bharat is saying and Kushal is trying to portray and Yasharka is saying and Priyanshu is trying to portray, these things are happening. Their school kids are getting much more flexible technological knowledge. Not only that, around 6 years back, I was experiencing the thing that Kushal is trying to make you understand. They produce multiple number of those kind of activities. You can probably cross-check us in virtualinfocom.com in the product section. You will find out all these hardwares, they are way ahead was available. When I try to brought all these kind of concept into at least here in our own country, people started laughing at me and they couldn't understand because they never experienced that. Probably I was too early for the market, right? But when I tried to explore the European market or probably the US market, they can adopt it easily. The only solo reason is our education system is not that updated the way Western world do. And the reason I'm making this statement, if you look at today's panel, we have got kids who are updating and upgrading themselves, not because of the school, because of their own passion. And all these guys are self-learners. I know few of them personally. I don't know Priyanshu very well, but I'm sure that he learned this by his own. Probably he took some example of some tutorial, or maybe he discussed with somebody else. And Kushal at the same time, he's basically a community guy. What he does, he's not only running his own company, he is running amazing groups in various different social media where he asks people, come and join, let's share our experience. And we have another person here in this attendee list, probably. I'm not sure whether he's there at the moment or not. He runs an XR technology indie studio, which Kushal is trying to mention. And these guys, they are actually trying to explore the metaverse, which is a new declaration from Facebook. But actually, all these technologies, if you look at, it was well conceptualized by the Asian people long back. Somehow, because of language barrier, they don't declare all such things into English. Probably we don't know. I would love to show you one hardware which is our creation, and our manufacturing partner used to be in some part in Asia. They shifted that. I forgot the year, probably around 7 years back or 6 years back, we started collaborating with such kind of hardware manufacturing units. And you talk about such kind of hardware, hardware plays a very vital role in all such kind of technologies that these kids are talking about. They will not do anything until unless they get a smartphone, they get a VR device, they got a AR glass, or maybe a normal usual smartwatch, or they get a smart TV. So when we are mentioning all such kind of things, hardware plays a great role by improving the software part of it. And only hardware doesn't make any sense until unless you give life to it. Hardware is a dead part until unless you put software in it. Talking about the same, Priyanshu, could you please unmute yourself and talk about a little bit, what are the kind of hardwares that you are working at the moment? I believe that you are working in XR, VR, and AR, 3 different kind of technologies. So could you please tell us what are the different hardware you have experienced so far? And if yes, there are multiple hardwares, do you feel that there is a challenge working with them?
Yeah, so actually, I'm actually working with my phone only. Like, I didn't get access to any VR device, and that's the main reason why I'm not able to practice VR much. Actually, but what I generally do is I know some people. What they do have an Oculus Quest. So what I generally do, I develop some VR games. All right, yeah, it's like a bit hectic for like testing, but what I do, I generally develop a VR game. I have to build it continuously, and I send them those if like those exported like the build files. And what they do, they run and send me a video of it. So that's how I learned to do VR development. Similar for mixed reality. Previously, like I used to work at a startup. Uh, like we were working with GeoGlass, all right, and we were creating a mixed reality product for GeoGlass. So at that time, I worked with GeoGlass actually, and I have some experience working with GeoGlass. So yeah, and as you told that hardware plays a really important role, and actually that is true because like currently I'm using a very low end laptop, and because of that I am not able to do some higher end tasks that I want to do, and that is limiting me. So it is really important to have a good hardware to get into software development. Yeah, for initial phases like for learning programming or doing some very basic stuff, a low end laptop would work. But for higher end for developing higher end product, we need a good system actually. And yeah, just
No worries. We'll get back to Priyanshu soon. Talking about the same, Bharat, Are you experiencing the same similar kind of issues, like you don't have hardware access, or you have all the access of all the hardware that you can think of?
Okay, so sir, like when I started off, I had a really low-end laptop. So I like learning basic programming was all good. Like it didn't require much high-end system or something like that. But when we develop like something like high-end games, or we develop augmented reality, virtual reality stuff, or we develop mobile applications using Flutter and Dart, so it requires some high-end laptops and some systems with like some higher processor units, higher RAMs, and things like that. So I struggled a lot with that. So like my laptop did support it all, but after a while, like when I started earning and like I made some projects, like did some freelancing, and then also like my parents saw that I was doing something great in that. So also they just bought me a new gaming the gaming system, and that works really well now. So I have a great PC right now, and it can just run Flutter, Dart, mobile applications, and literally anything. So it feels really great to like see that journey, like having a low end laptop, then working, and then having something like a great system. So yeah, it feels great.
How about you, Kushal, and what's your experience, Yash? Kushal first, Yash next.
So in my case, I don't having any VR headsets and stuff. When I started also in AR and stuff, I used to I'm currently using Unity engine, and that time also I was from starting only. I'm using Unity engine because I started when I was having like a nearby 2 GB RAM laptop, whose 1 GB is just like a destroyed, so we can call it like 1 GB RAM. And I started with Unity 5. So that time we were have can make only small games. My like I have I know that in times when I was just making a game and I just closed my project. I saved and closed it. Next day when I open it, because of my some internal laptop issues, the project was fully empty. There was not a scene, there was not a files and stuff. And like that game, that took like me 1 month of or 15 days, like to just make that whole thing again, which was pretty much like a step, like yeah, why like I was pretty much depressed also, like what was happening with me, like why this happens. I have a very bad laptop, but I was know that like I can't get laptop as of now. If I just go up and just tell my mom and dad that, hey, give me I need a laptop, I need this laptop, they will just tell me like one thing, like first get your studies done, or first in dash standard, complete dash standard, or get and the hashtag one rank in this class or school and stuff, and then you will get a laptop. And I was like, no thank you, I will just arrange it from myself only. So when I started like with that laptop, I did some freelancing hardly, like I tried my best that I can perform as much. Then from that earning and from my like savings and stuff, pocket money, and you can etc. I just get a new laptop which having 4 GB RAM, which I used in the these things like how the client works also. Then we get into the hyper casual industries, working with publish and stuff, and make a revenue stream. As that happens, then I thought that yeah, let's switch to a bigger one, and then we get a 8 GB RAM laptop. So I personally was very happy to see that, because that significant thing from my side only. Like I was not taking help from my parents, I was not borrowing money from them or from any other lender. I was just making from my own and investing in my own knowledge and the equipment. And that time when I was using my like 4 GB RAM, I was into the AR and stuff. I was not having a mobile device which supports AR. We have seen like there are multiple mobile in Asia industry also. In our case, which I've seen in my surroundings, only new mobile supports this AR. The old like 2 to 3 years before, they don't. Currently, the Google didn't made their supportive, but we tried like making a like a markerless and marker based AR and stuff. Like there were multiple things which we tried. Like I used to send the APK to one of my when I was working in an internship that time for AR and VR to just experience more and stuff. So I used to just send them my APK. They used to test and send me the video back, and that's like we I started experiencing. And I was pretty much happy with that output. And then I was just recently, I just got my phone, which have supports AR nicely, and it's been me very amazing. Like I can try not my own apps, I can try others apps also and experience that things, which I think the resources are lacking in these things. And that's why sometimes like the opportunities gets also down, because as mentioned by you, sir, that education system is currently like old, but the older generation like parents and stuff, they believe on that thing only. So if a child comes up with like if a 10 childs come up with only like one or five child will just get out of that perspective, they can just tell that I will do something and I will not stop. And other thing, they have the passion, they can, but due to the resources, the limited resources, they can't even like try it out, they can't even try a thing, because they just think like, yeah, I can't get it out. And slowly like that the roadmaps gets like linear, they just get into that fashion of like jobs and stuff, like study for 20 years, get a great degree, because if you will have a degree, then only like you will have a great life, respect. And also these things happens, like we all know the communities around us, like everyone have a different mindset, mind of view. Like they, someone wants some parents think like, yeah, startup is great, business is great, and they tell their child that yeah, you can do what you want. Some they are strict and they tell that you have to focus on your the medium of the studies and stuff, only then you just start your journey and stuff. So that's like a one thing like which I think like it's kind of outdated only, because I personally think that's not a time, no one will start after that, only one people will start out of 100 of 1%. Because if you completed your study and your age is like 21 or 22, now now your whole family and stuff will see you that you just get a job, so that you can parents, you can just give a good life now to your parents. So now you can't start your own things, and now in your mindset you just think like, yeah, let's do a job for like 3 to 5 years, I get an experience and then I will start. I have seen multiple people have this mindset, but they never started, because now their risk capability is zero. They can't even take a risk, they will just think like, yeah, I'm just having a 5 years, I got up 2 promotions also, and now I can't quit this up, because if I quit, I don't know my startup will run or not. They are not even confidence or their step, they don't having the confidence in their on themselves only, that they think that this will not run and I will lose my job, how the community will think and stuff. And which I think like now you can't do that time, we can do this time. Like I personally think this has a few advantage of this age also, and few disadvantage also. Advantage is you can try as many times you can, you have like 5 to 6 years to experience each and everything, you can just do whatever field you can get into it and get out of it also, you can do everything. And you now you have an experience also in life, you know, you have tried 5 to 3 things or more, you know that how these things happen. And now you are not degree perspective, but from the mind perspective, you have a very great knowledge as compared to the ones who come top in the class and education and stuff, because they have a linear thing, but we have just curving things, we are just have to. And the age disadvantage is we can't fully focus on the what we have to do, we have to focus on our education, we have to focus on our ecosystem, because everyone is dependent on education. Parents will allow, if you are earning, parents will allow, but it doesn't mean they will just tell that, yeah, leave the school and just get out of it. They will just have a thing like get the degree out. So we have to cover the both thing, we have to focus on our startup and our passion, because we personally know that this will only change us, change our life. That education and stuff, that degree is not made for us, we are different. So like this is how, but we have to just fight with that lineup, which is like educate like completing our education and stuff. And I personally think it's just a few more years of, because when our generation will come up with that position, because we have faced this issue, so we can like having a knowledge like, yeah, that how the education matters and whatnot. And then we can also tell the upcoming generation which will be coming after 10 to 50 years and stuff. So we can have a secure things like, yeah, they will they maybe not like suffer most things which we did. They will have a laptop and stuff, and technology is like moving fast. That's the thing is like we just have to get it off. We just have to just be passionate. We just have to try. We can't stop on a statement that yeah, we can't afford it. We have to make it like we can afford it, and we just have to remove that T and stuff and like get it up, because financial issues every parents and every family in the middle class and lower class they all have, and which we have seen only lower and middle class have the high dreams only. The rich peoples like they were like having a great Mercedes and stuff, and they are just roaming outside in the countries and stuff, and they are not having very much serious because they have a mindset that their parents are earning like in crores and stuff. What we have to do, we have some real estate properties, we can just sit in front of it and the money will just come, because their family, their parents had made that farm of money. So that's why they are easily able to them. But we are in a field
I
which
will
we are
get back to you on this, Kushal. I mean, this
yeah.
is really getting interesting. Yash, your viewpoints first, and then I will hop into Priyanshu.
Yeah, so when I was 12 years old, when I first started making games, I wanted to explore Unreal Engine. I thought that specs didn't matter. My laptop had i3 Pentium or something like that, RAM 2 GB, no graphics card. I thought specs didn't matter. So I installed Unreal Engine, and ultimately the laptop got crashed. As the laptop got crashed, it started showing blue screen of death, and after that, my laptop got destroyed. So I reinstalled my Windows 10 in my PC, and after that, I learned that specs really mattered. So I jumped into Unity and started making casual games because high-end games will not work in my PC. So I started making those Unity games, and I did also freelancing and earned 10,000 a month almost. And by those, I saved my money, and after that, I bought a new gaming PC, which currently contains i5 and graphics card something nearly to GTX 650 or something like that. Yeah, so.
So in your opinion, in all of your opinion, hardware actually matters. I'm really glad to see all the kids, they're actually earning on their own and they're buying their own stuff. You know what? This is not bad. This is actually should be the culture. And what Kushal was trying to portray is like parents are not supporting. Sometimes you are a middle class or lower middle class, you have a hunger. Hunger should be there. If you're not hungry, you cannot achieve things in your life. If as a parent, they are giving you everything, whatever you're asking for, you will lose your appetite of hungerness. Talking about the same, what's your situation, Priyanshu? I'm getting situations from various different parts. I'm gonna ask another person as well. I think Bhanu is already there. So after you, Priyanshu, Bhanu, if you can come, you're not in the panel, but because you're attending, I would love to have you in our panel and share your experience as well. So Priyanshu, over to you first.
Sure.
Yeah, so as you told, as we all told that a good hardware is really necessary. Uh, Actually, it is, because like when I till now, when I do augmented reality development, like I'm not able to do markerless augmented reality. Like if I want to do, I have to use some other SDK other than AR code. So that's actually the problem. And one more thing that people usually, like I have seen, uh, earning by yourself and buying things from your earning is another level satisfaction. Like I'm trying to save money for buying a new PC by myself. I don't want my parents help, but the thing is that it actually gets a bit hard if I have to tell, because it's like you have to be very patient. Like you can't get it like just right away. You have to be very patient. So I'm trying to save up my money to buy a new gaming desktop. So yeah, so that I can develop further because of my this current system. Like previously I was developing a game that would have been a really big game, but the problem is that because of my system I'm not able to develop it further. Like the core mechanics is already developed. I have developed the core mechanics of that game, but if I go to the graphical part, I'm not able to do so because of my system. So it's really important if we want to do some high level stuff. It is a hardware, a good hardware, at least a mediocre hardware is really important that has at least a 2 GB graphic card or at least 8 GB of RAM. So yeah.
Bhanu, how about you? You can unmute yourself.
Yes, yes. Hello, sir, and hello everyone else who are in the meet. So, like, it was really nice, like, listening to you all. And you were like speaking about so many amazing things, like Kushal, Priyanshu, and Yasharka and Bharat. So, you being you, like, children of your age, they don't venture into so many technologies, but still you have like explored so many technologies and are like working hard to what to
Yeah, my
like
question to
so as
you.
to like learn the latest technologies. So it's really amazing, and thanks Arijit sir for hosting this session so that like they
Hey,
can
hold on,
express
hold on,
their
hold
views
on,
as well.
hold on, Manu. I have a question for you. Did you ever face hardware challenge in your life while developing any kind of games or maybe applications, whether it's XR or VR?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, you
Like
have faced.
my first laptop was having a it was having a dedicated GPU as well, but it was of AMD Radeon 530. So it's of a 2 GB graphic card only. So on that system, Unreal Engine was like it used to run, but I was getting very low FPS. So because of that only, like I stopped development using Unreal Engine back then 3 years ago in 2018. Then I ventured into machine learning, Python, and all those things. But since the time like lockdown started, so since 2 years I'm like fully into this game development using Unity, except AR/VR development using Unity. So for now I feel that Unity is the best engine. Whoever wants to like start whoever wants to like venture into this game development or XR domain, because for Unreal Engine also, like I have like seen now that the forums and the tutorials that are there for Unity, they're not like that. So for beginners it will be quite difficult. If you want to like start with Unreal Engine, you should be having a big team, whereas for Unity you can start alone also.
So, in your opinion, you're saying that indie game developer who is probably doing graphics on his own, coding on his own, designing the entire game, and then trying to market it, of course, trying to publish it without any publishing support, they are doing it individually. You are proposing that the basic engine should be Unity, and probably if they are mature enough, they can go for Unreal. Great. So, talking about the same, what is your opinion, Yash, Bharat, Kushal, and Priyanshu? Please start with Priyanshu first, Kushal second, Bharat third, Yash fourth. Shall I repeat my question, Priyanshu? Are you there?
Yes, I'm there. I'm there. So yeah, could you repeat your question? Actually, I lost my connection actually.
No problem. I'm asking that when we are talking about creating an indie game, what do you propose? What is the best possible option for someone to start somewhere? It can be starting from maybe Unity, you can start from Unreal. I personally prefer Unreal more, to be very honest. If you are talking comparing both of them, but then if we are talking about more engines, like there are a lot more engines which are available, you know, and open source is another great tool to learn such kind of engines. In fact, within Blender, you can also do such kind of gaming experience if we are talking about open source, right? What's your experience? What was your first engine? How you actually took that engine in your learning procedure? Who suggested that?
Well, I did like when I started with game development, I did some of my research, and like before trying out Unity, I had tried out multiple game engines. Like based on my experience of programming languages, the very first engine that I tried was JMonkey. Like it was a game engine made with Java, and it was basically for Java developers. So I tried out JMonkey, and it didn't suited me actually. But then what I did is I tried out Godot.
Hold on, Priyanshu.
Yeah.
How did you learn that JMonkey exists even?
Well,
It's not
I
taught in
was
school, right?
no, nothing from school actually. School only taught me a programming language. That
We
also,
understand. From where you got this information that JMonkey exists even?
well, I was doing my research actually. Like I knew that we can use programming languages for developing games, for developing uh, mobile applications. I already knew that with Java we can develop mobile applications. So what I did is I just searched, like it was just a random search, that game development with Java, and many tutorials popped up in there. And also I also got another tutorial that was consisting of JMonkey. So what I did is I got into a tutorial and got to know that yeah, JMonkey is a game engine that exists. So all I know till now is through my research. uh, I have taught myself, like I haven't got into any sort of institute, or like I have already I for up to now I am totally on free resources available on all over the internet. So what I did is I did my research and got to know about JMonkey. I tried it out, and it was like a good engine. I won't say it is a really great engine, but a decent one. But I didn't got that fun that I wanted from it. So after that, I went to Godot. So you must have heard the name of it. It's a really great game engine. Like the 2D part of it. Like if you want to develop a 2D game from Godot, it is a really great engine. Even it's evolving its 3D game development technology. So I tried out Godot and it was good, but again, I didn't got that like that feeling. Like I
You're not getting the
like
kick.
yeah, right. That's the word. So then I after that I shifted to Unity, and that's where I started getting the real fun. Like yeah, I had to learn a programming language, a new programming language, C sharp, but it wasn't like really difficult for me because I already had experience with three programming languages previously. So I just needed to learn the syntax. I am already clear with the concepts, right? So C sharp didn't took so much. It's like took me 4 to 5 days to learn that whole programming language. It's not the whole, but the core fundamentals and the object-oriented part. So after that, I learned Unity, and the learning curve of Unity was really simple. It wasn't like very complicated like Unreal Engine. Like in Unreal Engine, every component has its subcomponent, then those subcomponent has its own subcomponent. So it gets really hectic to work in Unreal Engine. But in Unity, it's really simple to work with it. And yeah, like after that, I totally sticked up to Unity Engine. And some days, like some months ago, I also tried Unreal Engine. I tried developing with C++ and Blueprint both, and the experience was really good. So I learned about all those engines through my research. So yeah.
I'll highly recommend you to learn Lua. I mean, every one of you, probably if you want to uplift yourself, probably learn Lua. It's not that new language. It actually is a stable language. Started long back. I love that language, to be very honest, but nowadays people probably don't use that much. But from industry perspective, a lot of people do that. Talking about the same, I'll go back to Bharat with the same similar set of question. Bharat, if you can kindly unmute yourself and maybe share a little bit of your insights.
Yes, sir. So it was my journey was something like I had the experience with C++. I was just developing some console applications, and one day I just had a random thought. Like I started coding for creating something like games because I came to game development from gaming. So I thought like, what if I can just create games with C++, and like if it's possible or not. I had no idea. So I just did a random search, like can I make games with C++? And it showed me Unreal Engine. So Yeah, I started with Unreal Engine, but yeah, I struggled a lot at that time because as we know that Unreal Engine is not beginner friendly, and like it has a lot of complex things which a beginner can really stuck at. Like Unity is actually a beginner friendly engine. Like if you're just starting out, you can just start with Unity and you can maybe gradually try Unreal Engine. But if you're starting with Unreal, then it might be a problem for you. Like first of all, my hardware was not really great, so the game lagged a lot. Like everything really was slowed down. The process was really slowed. The testing process was actually really hard, and yeah, but just got away with it. Launched my first game in Unreal. Then I thought like, okay, like maybe let's create some not some like some really high quality game, but some lower quality game with some basic functionalities which is even more fun to play. So then I found out the engine like Unity, and I found out like it has a language called C sharp. So I already had experience with the C family. I had known C and C++. So it took me almost 2 to 3 days to learn C sharp, and then I took another week or two to explore Unity, just exploring the things and components of Unity. And then I just started creating apps and projects in Unity. So then I had experience in Unity as well. After that, I got an internship of AR/VR development, and then I just created some projects of augmented reality and virtual reality. Again, the hardware issues, so had really struggled testing the augmented reality stuff. Like I could test the markerless, but I could test the marker based, but for the markerless technologies, my phone didn't support AR cores, so I had to send the APK and the recording, like everyone said. So yeah, that's it for my side.
How about you, Kushal? Before I go into this question, let me show you guys something. I was mentioning that there used to be hardwares, or rather there are hardwares, which is probably, I'm not sure how many of you know that, neither from the audience perspective or from the developer's perspective. Uh, this is a different kind of VR glass. I'm not sure if my screen allows me to show you properly. It has got controls on the top. You can control the elements inside. It's neither Oculus nor from any known hardware manufacturer. Now it has got inside of this, it has got own processor, own RAM, everything is inside. There is a chip which allows you to connect directly to the cloud. And these things are actually manufactured from Asia. This cloud connectivity only happens when you register to their own portal. Okay, it's not that you can just directly connect to the internet. They don't allow Google to enter and then start browsing it. So these kind of hardwares are actually there in the market, which is probably yet to come in India in a very, very large scale. And these kind of hardwares, you have the option and opportunity to develop much more faster than the marketable VR hardwares, which is available, which is costly. These things are very, very less cost on the cost perspective, have got different flexibilities. It has got, of course, you can connect this with a motion sensor. You can do all those kind of things that you can think of, right? And this we started doing with one of our partner. And when we talk about partnership, we invested entirely from the software perspective, including creating the entire structure of it. I was involved in creating the entire, you can say the mechanism and the algorithm of that. And then the programmers actually did that in China. I was not the programmer, neither my team was the programmer. I created the entire infrastructure of it. And then slowly, eventually, we build the entire structure in such a way so that they can develop these hardwares, and then we can go for the content part. Believe me or not, I am mentored into a lot of different venture funds and in accelerators. One of my mentee, we call them as mentee when I mentor a company. Okay, one of my mentee, they are from Russia. They developed a similar kind of technology. They use it as a suitcase. Inside the suitcase, you have all those kind of elements which is possible and think of for enjoyment of interactive games, interactive movies, and contents. And they are doing it in a very different layer of business opportunities. I'm not sure in India if you have such kind of ecosystem. I'm not commenting on the technological part of it. We are great on technology. There is no doubt in it. Talking from the ecosystem perspective, let me understand from the kids' vision. Do you know such kind of ecosystem where you can actually hire a suitcase where you can enjoy maybe interactive content, play with it, maybe do a little bit of research and give it back to the mother company? Do you know such kind of activities are happening? Number one question. Number two, have you guys ever thought of creating your own structured ecosystem, sharing knowledge, not in a WhatsApp group, but probably maybe a very close, I don't know, maybe a social media group where you're not sharing only the tutorials, rather you're teaching each other. For an example, someone of you is great in coding, maybe in C#. Maybe somebody wants to learn Python and someone knows it. And he is saying, okay, hey, I'm there to teach you the basics of it. And for that, we don't need to go for any kind of mechanism of money making. I'll tell you the reason. Until and unless you make the education free for kids, you cannot grow. It's not possible. Okay. A kid needs a system to grow and thrive into the ecosystem itself. And when we talk about investment, when we talk about probably raising money into your startup, all of you guys are doing fabulous work. Come on, man. You guys have earned money to buy your own laptop, buy your own hardware, creating your own company, registering that. Great. I mean, this is not a joke that you guys are doing. Okay. I can completely relate to it. Sitting in India, it's not that easy. And you are coming from various different parts of India, right? If I may understand for all the audience, from which part of India you guys are from? I'll start with Yash, Kushal, Priyanshu, then Bhanu, and after that, where is he? Where is Bharat? He's my favorite. Yeah, here you are. Okay. Yeah. So starting with Yash, from which part of the part of India you are from?
So I am currently in India, West Bengal, in the city Kolkata.
How about you, Kushal? You are coming from?
So I'm from Delhi, capital of India.
Bharat.
So Amritsar, Punjab.
Awesome. Bhanu.
So I'm living in Delhi only, New Delhi.
Priyanshu.
Actually, I'm actually from West Bengal, Kolkata, but currently residing at Punjab.
Super. Okay, I have got another one. Your mic and camera is damaged, so no problem. Shahzad, we can hear you. You're from Jharkhand. Great. So we have almost various different parts of India, and you guys are all talking the same language. You don't get hardware, you don't get technological education in schools, you don't get resources to grow your mindset, but you're building it on your own. So I'll highly encourage all of you to think and create your own very close ecosystem, which is not an open group. Probably share your knowledge with each other and create just a concept from a 40-year-old gaming guy, probably too old for you guys. Create one single game with all of your knowledge, which will be mind-blowing and can tell the world Indian kids can come together, handshake with each other, and create one single product as a MVP, and then that can be published. Believe me on this, there will be a lot of tussle of egos and concepts, and people will not like it. Many of among yourself will probably shout at each other. This is fine. That's where you build a team. Okay? Until you have a tussle, you are not understand how to create a great team together. And I'll highly encourage you guys, because you all have started your indie studios, your indie companies, do it under a one common name. You don't need to register that, no point at the moment. First, create the product. Think what you're going to do, right? I'll not say that make a hyper casual game. Create something which you love to do, okay? And for the hardware part, for maybe the connectivities, for maybe the platform, for popularities, or maybe bringing some more people from out of India to support you guys with with due respect to everyone, I'll be more than happy to support you guys to have a platform and then publicize it and then connect with the right kind of investors. If you need, all the supports are there. And in fact, we are actually coming to the end of our panel. It's a beautiful panel, and I really loved all of your passion and your desire to grow. I need one question to be answered before we jump into our next speaker. What exactly drive you guys? You all have started, we heard the story how you guys have started. Number one, what is the driving force for you? Bhanu can go first, and eventually Priyanshu, Bharat, Kushal, and Yash. And second part of it, what is your future vision? Don't, hypothetically a lot of things. What you want to do, what is your passion? Just tell us that. I'll keep myself mute.
So my passion is to like venture into this XR domain only, because currently in India, like they are not valuing that much. But in if we see in other countries as well, so it's right now itself also it's a multi-billion-dollar industry, I can say for sure. So in future, it will definitely, it has a potential to become a $1 trillion industry. So if we like in India, there is less competition right now. So if we like venture into this domain right now and develop our own product, then it will definitely be a huge value in future, as compared to starting when it has already become like a, what I can say, overcrowded with many extra companies. So right now, like there are
What's your future vision? What do you want to do in life?
it has scope in almost all the domains, I can say. Like recently, like I have read an article in which, like in space station, Microsoft HoloLens 2 was used to make changes to the
Hey,
particle
Bhanu,
physics
I'm not
laboratory.
asking that. I'm asking about your vision. What you want to do in life? Am I audible to
I
you?
want to like right now, like I want to gain more experience by working in the company. So like I'm doing internship at Arnalens. So as a Unity or XR developer. So like after gaining an sufficient experience, I will like fully focus on my own startup, which is which is Wholefish Technologies. So right now, like I'm not devoting that much time to it, because like it's still in initial stages, and we are like having expenditures only. We are not earning anything from this company. So that's why like I'm also like doing an internship, so that I can sustain myself, and I can also like learn about the management stuff, the business, how business is handled, and many things like that.
Okay, super. Next person, please. Bharat, you're next.
Yes, so it's like even I did some internships, and I'm currently doing my internship. So I can just learn how startups work, how we manage a team of some people, and how we manage like the things in a startup, like how different sectors in a startup are managed, like the tech part, the graphic part, and the management part. So after that, like if you ask an overall goal, it's mostly regarding the XR domain and the app development, and like a future goal in one line could be building a tech unicorn.
Priyanshu.
Yeah, so the thing that is driving me is my passion for technology. Like, I really like to innovate something new, and I'm doing that through my startup. Like, there's a whole different department for innovation, for research and development, and I'm working on that. And the product that I'm building currently is of extended reality only, and I'm trying to like help people, like in the medical and the training sector with my product as of now. My plans are to make that product reachable to everyone, if it can be used by any sort of like normal consumers to like businesses for training or healthcare sector. And so yeah, that's what driving me through my journey. And my actual future goal is to like innovate something that can help people. uh, like that's what I'm doing currently, and is to grow my startup. And yeah, actually, my future goals, like they fluctuate. Like the things that I think now, they are stable, but many new things comes and add up to it.
Completely
So
okay, completely okay, Priyanshu. I mean, that's how this should be. You are a kid at the moment, you're not adult. Come on. Your thoughts should be actually flexible to adopt things into your life. And eventually you will learn and understand where you want to grow and go. Okay, Kushal, please.
So currently that the thing which is make me like driving and stuff, and like they can keep me motivated also, that firstly the passion regarding the games, because as of now in my current situation, whatever I have currently, my mobile, my that all the name in industry and stuff is all because of the games and stuff. Yeah, I otherwise I was just like a kid, like no one was able to know, no, non you, non anyone else. I was just like in a separate universe. So and the second thing which I want, like it's kind of a like my main aim, which makes me like a like, because I have seen a thing, you should always dream big in terms of a goal. So my only that thing is like I want to have a financial freedom life, and I want to be the richest person in the world, like #1. That's like just a thing. But the current, like I want to continue with currently in the game development in future, or in sometimes when I will have a kind of a resources like a team and stuff, good team, I will move to the AR and VR domain, because I personally love that also, and new things also. In gaming also, currently like we are working in hyper casual, so the main medium of hyper casual is to just I want to learn like how this mobile market and stuff works. And after getting it done, like yeah, nicely, if we get a hit, that's great, or not. But my main thing is like I want to make a game, you can tell like genres in the games on based of the Indians, like our history. I just want that's just a thing. I don't know that what the output will come, like it will be a profitable or not. But I personally believe I just want to make minimum one game on base of our history or any incident and stuff, and then get it out, because I want that not only us, because I have seen I personally believe we mostly of the kids and stuff don't know much about history. We just hate history. I personally also hate, but we should know something, like we should not remember the dates and stuff, but we should know what's happened, like maybe a war and maybe a thing or maybe a full thing. So and with India also, the global market should know more about India, because they just know about India in terms of text and stuff. But and now we are also a part. So but I want that they should know about how the games, the mythology and stuff. And I believe like anyone, if we can collab also, like all these, we are Yash, Bharat, Priyanshu and stuff, we can maybe create a game out of it and maybe get it out. Like
Beautiful.
that's my thing.
Yash, over to you.
So the thing which derives me is my passion towards programming languages. As I mentioned that I started coding when I was 9 years old, and when I was 10, I started learning C++. So when I was 10 years old, I used to create games using C++, not using any game engine, using a header file named sfml graphics.hpp or OpenGL header file. I use those to create games, but unfortunately, I can't build them for Android. So I shifted to Unity. And my future goal is to become an artificial intelligence scientist.
You want to become an AI scientist, and you are now 13, 14, if I'm not wrong. And great. Well, for the world, I mean, don't look at them and think that they are talking something odd, I would say. From my perspective, pardon me if I am wrong, if you look at artificial intelligence, probably the real implementation of AI beautifully started in the gaming world in initial days. Look at the history. Somehow in India, the game programmers, the game artists, they don't get the desired respect they should get. Maybe that's the case in various parts of the world as well. I actually traveled extensively, but I have never seen that such kind of incidents are actually happening in Asia or Europe or in USA. But somehow in India, I think the parents should watch this and understand their passion, where they are stuck, what they need. Probably they don't need your monetary support. They need your moral support more than monetary support. They need you to tell them, okay, beta, you are doing fabulous. You're doing great. You do what you want to do. We just watch Three Idiots in movie, but then we don't resemble that. We don't do that in real life. We watch PK in movies. We don't act according to that. It just remains as a movie. And these guys are now talking about raising funds so that at least they can grow and they can create a thriving ecosystem. It's happening worldwide that kids are actually raising funds. It's not a joke. These things are happening. While talking that, I've got an amazing speaker with me. I'll just take one comment. We have got multiple questions from social media. I'll ask all of you guys, please stay put because our next speaker has got a limited time. He's actually traveling, but even though he came to speak in World Leaders Summit and he's actually a passionate guy, I'll introduce him. Before that, Shahzad, thank you so much. I'll just repeat your words because your microphone is not working. Okay, so he's saying that, Ansari, he's saying that the passion made me to do all the things that he wanted to do. He started 2 years ago. 1 year passed on learning, and second year started the internship and faced a lot of challenges in his life. His laptop battery was damaged, and then after completing his first internship, he earned the money to buy his laptop and he felt good. So this is a common story for all of you guys, and I guess it's an honor to have all of you in World Leaders Summit into our kids panel. It was a beautiful, beautiful share from all you kids. Guys, this is not the end of the story. We have the entire ecosystem, which I'll send a link to join. You can share, learn, educate, connect. It's not a problem. That's our tagline. But I'll highly appreciate if you create your own closed group, create a product, come out maybe within a year with an amazing, super cool product made by the kids of India with the tagline made in India and make it success. I'll ask all of you to please mute yourself, and I'll ask my next speaker, Shashank, to turn on his camera and microphone. Shashank, if you're here, please turn on your camera and microphone. Shashank.
Sorry, I am on the road. I will not be able to switch on my video. I've logged in through my phone right now, but very glad to be here and excited to see the enthusiasm the young kids are bringing onto the table these days.
Yeah. So Shashank is actually traveling at the moment, but let me introduce Shashank to all of you guys. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Shashank Randev from 100x VC. He is the founder and VC at 100x VC. He brings entrepreneurial and investment understanding with 15 plus years of cross-functional expertise, acquired a depth and breadth of experience from having worked in large companies, being the founding members of SaaS startup acquired by Fortune 500 companies, and an amazing human being. He is also an angel investor and advised with a keen interest with B2B emerging technology startups. Shashank, the floor is yours. Please enlighten us with your knowledge and wisdom.
I was working as an employee, and
Shashank, I guess we can't hear you properly. There is a network glitch happening.
just give me a moment. Hello, am I audible now?
Perfect.
Hello.
Yes.
Okay, great. Just give me a moment. Just give me a Yeah. So, I started my career in 2003, and very much like the times in that particular year. I was scouting for jobs, and then I went around and I started applying for companies. But then eventually, I understood that there's a lot of uphill trajectory and uphill battle which you kind of encounter if you're not fully convinced about your role in a large organization. And obviously, I decided that is it really worth putting in the effort if you're not enjoying something, or pursue something which is of interest. And hence that is one of the reasons why I ended up doing the things I did. Right after MBA, I ended up in fact joining a startup as a founding member, and many key learnings over there. And my message to all of you is that you need to develop courage. You need to have the ability to kind of move to the next level without thinking what the world will think of you. So when I joined a startup, many of my family members did not acknowledge that, and this is way before it was fashionable. uh, but if you keep your mind and heart and soul in the building process, you will eventually see results. And that's what happened with us. We became a quite large company. We got acquired by News Corporation, and if from there on, I think it was a great experience where I eventually, having spent so much time in the startup ecosystem, eventually ended up looking at investing in startups. And that kind of gave us all a sense of how we can build out newer companies. We can build out companies which are like genuinely solving the problems of India, and growing right at a particular pace. So with that, I think it's been quite a journey. And I am currently the founder VC at 100x.vc. We have invested in 70 plus companies across sectors, and yeah, we continue to do that. So I mean, this is a little more, but I think let's make this conversation interactive. Arjit, is my opinion, and I'm happy to take up specific questions because you're short on time, and I don't want to get into a monologue, and maybe understand the mindset of the audience and take up questions.
Perfectly fine, Shashank. So I will go for interactive mode rather than a monologue dialogue. Well, talking about raising funds, because you are managing lot many investors and startup at the same time, and you have cohorts where you are actually asking startups to come and then being probably educated and knowledgeable about how the funding world works. There is a lot of gap when we talk about funding, fundable companies and non-fundable companies. Uh, Talking about fundable companies, what are the key factors that you feel from the VC perspective you'd look at to a company so that it attracts investors?
Yeah, I mean, see, the whole objective of setting up 100x was that Arjit, there are a lot of funds which do many only in a couple of investments a year, and we uh, wanted to provide seed capital to many companies. And we set up this fund to invest in, but obviously because we were doing 70 to 80 investments a year, we had to divide that in cohorts, or as we call them, classes. Now, before any company joins a class, we have already invested in them. So they've gone through a process of shortlisting. We have invested in them, we've sent them the money, and they're utilizing the money before they join our class or cohort. Now, but so I'll talk more about how they get into the class. How do they become part of our portfolio? Because if a company is part of our class, they're already part of our portfolio. And the process is that we'll typically come in at a minimal viable product, or early traction stage, and that would be, anywhere between, companies wanting to build out their minimal viable products to a product market fit kind of a stage. Now, the objective is not that whether they're VC fundable. The objective is, because we ourselves are a VC, will they be able to scale to continuously raise money? Are they going to grow into the Flipkarts of the world? Are they genuinely building something which is large enough for the community? Is what we are trying to identify. They need to be high growth companies. So that is the first thing which we look for. Second thing is, once we've invested in them, what is the value we can add to them? Can we help them achieve that goal, or can we help them reach a metric level where they can actually genuinely leverage our capital? Because our capital is not only capital, it's smart capital, right? So they have access to our networks, they have access to our our connections, our business connects. How can we enhance, create, increase the inherent value of the company? Those are the things which we look for. And all our companies have gone ahead and raised follow-on funding, right? We've been active since 2019, and over the last 1.5 years, our companies, portfolio companies, have gone ahead and raised multiple rounds of capital. In fact, now 8 or 9, if I'm not mistaken, right now, as of the current number, 9 companies have gone ahead, are working towards their Series A, which can be a $2 million to a $10 million round. So the real way of looking at it is that what are the companies solving as a problem, and how big can this problem, how big is the solution, and how big can the company grow, right? Because VCs are not in the business of backing linear businesses, right? They are wanting to back businesses which are non-linear and can see exponential growth.
True. Talking about giving fund as a seed fund, if somebody is willing to understand what is the difference between a seed fund, what is growth fund, people usually don't understand that, to be very, very honest, and you and me both understand this. Can you please enlighten our audience, what do you mean by seed fund? What is growth fund? And if you are going for seed fund initially and they are joining your VC fund, after that you are raising the next round, maybe A, and after that later on B and C, what is the usual structure for a company so that legitimately they can come and they can approach your venture capital fund?
So seed fund is typically the first institutional check in a portfolio company, right? And if the companies are growing, they will end up raising more rounds. And there are different types of funds. There are seed stage funds and there are growth stage funds. Growth funds typically invest in companies which have raised some capital, have seen some growth, are growing at a, let's say, 100% per month growth kind of a scenario, right? There are different metrics to it. And also the check size, right? Seed funds will invest a small capital, and growth stage funds can go all the way up to $50 million as well, right? So it is the stage which these companies come in. Seed investors are comfortable investing in what you say is an ideation stage, right? Not typically an idea, but a minimal viable product is somewhat like an idea. Whereas a growth stage fund will not invest at an MVP stage. They will go ahead and they will track the company. If the company is operational for 5 years, are they growing consistently? Only then will they invest. So that's the broader difference between a seed investor
Somehow you got muted.
and a growth stage capital fund. No, sorry, I'm done. So I mean, that's my response to it. That growth stage and seed investors are the different types of investors who come in at different stages of the company.
True. Now talking about the same thing, like if we are talking about seed level, sometimes we go for convertible debt as well. Could you please let us understand maybe a target valuation, maybe a cap table? What do you mean by convertible debt? And maybe some startup can understand it, how number games can work. And
Sure.
yeah.
Sure. So yeah, I mean, obviously, when you're raising capital, you're raising it in lieu of your company, and you're giving away equity to the investor, right? And now that can be in lieu of a future equity, where the company is likely to be valued at a higher value, or it can be at a current valuation, and you can take that up right now, right? So there are different modes, and convertible note is an instrument which lets you raise money, or an ISAFE which we use. It lets you raise money today without valuing your company. Now that is very important and instrumental when you're building out companies very early on, right? When we have no traction to show, nothing. And a shareholders round is a round which happens whenever you're raising a follow-on funding, right? And there is something to be valued, and now you're growing, so there is something more tangible to it. And obviously within that, there are cap tables, right? So if founder owns 100% equity, the investor comes in, he says, okay, I'll give you X money for 10%, right? And but you have to assign a value. How do you determine the value of the company? Seed investors typically avoid that because they said, boss, you need to build your product to get valued, right? So take the money now, build the money, and we'll convert at a future equity whenever you raise the next round, right? So, so these are instruments which help you raise capital, and cap table is essentially what is the structure of your company in terms of shares, and how much the incoming investor gets, and how much the founders end up diluting. And founders need to understand this very early on in their journey.
True. And when we are talking about startup funding stages, I mean, this is a very common thing that we understand the pre-seed seed funding stage, then we have seed funding stage, we have Series A, we have Series B. But then usually when they try to pitch in front of the investor, I'm not talking about a show like a pitching show, but I'm talking about the real pitch, which usually happens over a cup of coffee. It can be maybe in your office. What is your preferable, or rather, what do you love to see in a startup? Maybe coming with 10 slider, it can be 15 slider, it doesn't matter. Number is not the main question. The fact is, what is the content perspective that you are looking at? Number one. Number two, when you evaluate a startup, we understand the basics of valuation. Maybe in the audience, a lot of them read a lot of Google data, but in real life, valuation works in a complete different way, which probably is not there in public. Could you please enlighten us about these two factors?
Sorry, Arjit, I missed your second point. I heard the first one, which was asking me how we evaluate companies, what we do when they come to our office, and how we interact with them. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
And what was the second question?
Second question is like, when you look at a startup, what do you actually expect them to pitch? What do you expect them to show?
Okay. No, so when we're evaluating a company, we are looking at the founding team, their ability to kind of build something which is more tangible. How big is the market opportunity? And how, what is the business model, and is there an unfair advantage or moat with it? And when we speak with them, we as I said, they're pitching to us, right? So we know that they might not be able to have the best pitch right now in front of investor. Hence, we're evaluating only on these four parameters right now. Have they built a product which has value? Or are they building product? Are they building product which has IP? It's a deep tech company. And these are the things we look at. We are very sector agnostic, so we are looking at many sectors, and that becomes a primary focus when we're looking at companies or evaluating them.
Okay, I've got a question from social media. Gaurav is asking, there are many aspects of valuation. It's common for investors to talk about pre-money or post-money valuation with discussing a company they are investing in. The valuation calculation is straightforward when they only think, that's the English, you get a specified percent of the common stock for your investment. But in reality, when you go for the valuation deals, negotiation happens. A few tips from your end, how we can negotiate better for our startups. Gaurav Singh.
So my response to that, Gaurav, is that if you've built out a valuable product, right, and you really have the potential to grow. The negotiations come in. I've seen our portfolio companies have 2-3 term sheets, right? So the price discovery will happen. You shouldn't haggle too much on what valuation you're getting, because anyways, if you're raising money at a pre-series A right now, it's not going to be too much. So a crore here and there wouldn't matter, right? What you should be working towards is that who is the incoming investor, what is the value which the investor is going to provide, because that is going to create more value also for you, right? If you want to expand to a geography, let's say Canada or US, as a as a market opportunity, and you don't have connects, can this fund help you get business connects there over and above the capital? Can they help you expand in newer geography, right? Because these are the things which will add value to your company, right? So the next round you can command more. So there is no negotiation per se, it's what you've built. And if you are confident that you're growing at 100% per month, and for the next 8 months you're going to grow, that drives the negotiation power. Otherwise there is no metric for negotiating, right? It is the performance of the company, it is the stickiness of the product, which will always lead the founder to be confident to command a particular valuation. That is the simplest answer to that question.
Great. So I've got another question, again from social media. Somebody is asking that, I'm making a statement, I would say. In India, it's really, really difficult to create a deep tech company and then eventually raise the fund. Is it the same case till date yet, or there has been a huge difference?
No, in fact, we funded 9 deep tech companies, and they've also gone ahead and raised follow-on funding from the likes of Inflexer and a bunch of other marquee growth stage VC funds. So no, deep tech companies are getting funded. In fact, every company across sectors are getting funded now. Whether it's deep tech, whether it's vertical commerce, it's just a great time to be taking the plunge into entrepreneurship and trying out new sectors. So no, I don't agree with that. I think deep tech is moving forward, and it is getting its fair attention. It is subject to what the founders are building in deep tech. So the founders need to be developing something which is really, really good, right? They need to have an IP or something which is more commercial. But yeah, deep tech companies are getting funded.
Okay, and another question, interesting one, which is probably close to my heart as well, but I would love Shashank to answer this. Give me a moment, let me add a couple of people. So sorry. Yeah, are game development companies getting money in India? If yes, apart from the SaaS model, we don't see a lot of product-oriented companies sustaining only on game products, not on skill-based games. The comment was different. I'm just changing it into skill-based games or real money games. What is the scenario? Do you find interesting companies in India who is raising fund as a game publisher company or probably as a game development company? Your takes.
So we are seeing both these companies come in, and I think it's evolving. And we're seeing developing companies also, and we are seeing publishing companies also. I think gaming is just picking up in India, and with the whole metaverse debate happening, and the tangibility of metaverse developing, there are a lot of gaming opportunities Indian companies can work towards right now. We've evaluated a few companies in the space, and we've gone ahead and invested also in one gaming company, which is part of our portfolio of 70 companies. But again, as I keep saying, everything is up for grabs right now. All sectors have the potential to grow, and gaming is definitely one space where there's a huge opportunity, where either on the development side or on the publishing side, whichever domain you pick up, there is a huge potential of building up products, global products from India. We have traditionally not built out global products in gaming per se, but that is fastly changing. That is really changing, right? And in fact, we are now doing a lot of collaborations with large international companies on the same front who want to work with developers in India, right? So it's again, we are not the US right now, but we are getting there.
True. And I can completely relate to it, Swami. You commented on this. You know what? When I started around 23 years back, probably India is one of the first game studio. We never ever started as a software as a service model. We started with our own product model, and of course, that was the PCDs when we started. We saw the entire history and geography which has been evolving. And if you want to trust both of us, please trust both of us, Shashank and me. India is changing, to be very, very honest. There are product development companies which are coming up from India. They are creating amazing products. Somehow, the Indian ecosystem till date yet is not that mature. So these companies, they are actually publishing it outside of India. They are becoming popular outside of India. Maybe you don't know that. We can, of course, have a, please stay tuned. On 8th, we have a entire panel talking about the same. So you can understand how many development actually happened in various different parts of the world as well. In fact, today morning we had a speaker from Argentina who wanted to share about his journey on game development. We'll come back to you soon. Thank you, Kushal, for the comment. Well, Shashank, there are actually 4-5 kids in this previous panel. Today's theme was actually Kids Day. So we are celebrating kids panel with all these amazing kids. So there is a kid called Kushal. Kushal wanted to ask a question to you, which is basically he runs an indie studio. So probably he wanted to raise fund in near future, which is pretty new at the moment. Probably he wants to connect with you, and he wanted to understand if he can connect you in some manner, maybe in social media or any other manner. I'll open the floor for Q&A for all the participants who are there in this Zoom. I'll tell you the format again. In Zoom, in World Data Summit, we usually accept a very limited number of people, the panelists only. We encourage people to comment in our social media for the interaction part. But in the panel, if you have any question, please feel free to ask him. I'll keep myself mute and you can unmute yourself or raise your hand and I can do the magic for you. Please feel free. Alexandra, welcome from Estonia. Thanks for joining. If you have any question, please feel free to ask him. You can also send me a text. I can repeat that. Okay, so Yash is saying that he is about 13-14 years at the moment, don't want to raise fund, but he wants to create a company. He's asking what is the right time for him to raise a first layer of capital, if you can guide him. Class 9 standard.
He should ask his dad to support him for some time. And they should wait out till the time they're 18, because once you've raised money, this requires a lot of responsibility. This is not a school project, right? So, and you're young, so experiment, make your own mistakes right now. So, and because you're part of you're in a school, there are a lot of there's access to incubation centers these days, right? So you can go there, partner with them, understand how they operate. You don't need to raise money, guys, to build out businesses. Please try and understand. If you build out businesses, money will come to you. So have that mindset.
Super. Amazing, Shashank. I'm not going to hold you. I know that you have a schedule and happy Diwali to you. And we are probably speaking for the first time in this summit. But it's really thank you guys for the commenting. Yes, he's an amazing person, of course. Yeah. So Shashank, thank you so much for coming and sharing your insights and your knowledge. I really don't want it to go very, very complicated terms because this is a very open session for all the people who can understand the basics. Thank you so much for coming and sharing your insights. So we'll look forward for more interaction. We have monthly fundraising programs. We have sessions with the startups. We have a business symposium as a program in our ecosystem. So we usually encourage people from various different parts of the world. They usually come. We have other investors as well who usually listen to their pitch. If they like, if they understand, they usually go for it. Would love to have you in our near future programs and would love to have more interaction with you. Thank you so much, Shashank, for coming and letting us.
No, thank you, Arjit, for calling me, and truly, truly amazing that you're doing this, over a weekend on Sunday, spearheading this. So kudos to you and your initiative. I love the enthusiasm. And happy Diwali to you. May this year be a great year for the entire community, for us, for you, for the startup ecosystem. And I'm truly delighted to have received this opportunity. Once again, all the very best to you and the entire team for organizing this. And looking forward to hopefully a coffee, physically meeting you in person. Great. Thank you so much.
100%. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, so this is the time I should call our next speaker. Our next speaker is actually from Estonia, and he's a great, great personality. He's really an open-minded person. Alexander, if you can kindly turn on your video and your microphone, I can formally introduce you. Are you there? Okay, if not, yeah, Alexander, thank you. Could you please turn on your microphone?
Yep. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. It's really early morning. I'm so sorry. I'm actually taking your country name wrong, probably.
Yes, the Netherlands, but that's okay. Don't worry. On the same continent.
Yeah, same continent. Yes, true. Okay, so Alexandra is actually from your domain, guys, like the kids panel, people who actually spoke and who wanted to understand the latest technology. She's from a domain called XR, which is probably my domain as well, but somehow she's much more smarter than me. And that's the reason she is there as a speaker I'm hosting. Okay, so she's a great human being who have created multiple layer of solutions. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna give the entire space for her to introduce her by herself and enlighten her speech, which is really interesting. Trust me on this. Frankly speaking, when we talk about XR, when we talk about VR, when we talk about AR, these are not new terms nowadays. People are utilizing it, using it. It used to be new term long back. In today's world, industries are using such kind of solutions in a very fast way. Probably in India, they still need to adopt such kind of technologies, but in the Western world, these things are happening like anything. Talking from the experience, things are happening in US, Australia, in various different parts of Europe, like, you know, a snap of a finger. Even if you look at Eurasia part, there are developers who are doing amazing work, right? I'm not going to hold you guys because this stage is actually for her. Alexandra, welcome to World Leaders Summit 2021, happening from 5th of November to 9th of November. And today we have Kids Panel and XR as a theme. Stage is yours. Please enlighten us. We already can see what's your problem. So please.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for inviting me. It's an absolute honor and pleasure to get up early and talk to everybody and hopefully share some insights. So what I want to talk about today is basically, what is your problem? One of the many things I hear is, oh, this is so cool. I want to use this. Do not do that. Yes, it is definitely absolutely cool. But think about what you want to solve first, because ultimately it does revolve around money and efficiency. So as I was so gloriously introduced, my name is Alexandra Petty. I work in mixed reality mainly within the XR space. And if you want to follow me, this is my Twitter and my LinkedIn, so please feel free. What you see here is a photo of the South Coast Summit in the UK. It's a Microsoft 365 event. And funnily enough, even with Microsoft professionals, people that work with the technology all day, every day, even they haven't tried the HoloLens yet. The HoloLens seems to be this unicorn to find and to try out. So one of the big things that I've taken upon myself is to bring as much awareness as possible, because I really believe that it can solve so many problems. You just have to know it exists and what it can do. So one of the many things that I hear is basically, I didn't know. Maybe you recognize yourself in that, like, I don't know, what can it do? One of the things is, you can do this. This is a technology that I can actually use. I could use this in my work. It's like Minority Report, the movie. I hear this so many times that people compare it to, when Tom Cruise is swiping through the air and he's seeing all these projections, and it's super cool. And people don't know that it's a real thing. I've seen it in The Good Doctor, a TV show that maybe you've seen. And what they did was actually copy a HoloLens 1, and they showed a surgery with holograms, with projections. And people think it's futuristic talk. It's not real. So when I put this device on the heads of nurse practitioners, for instance, they were flabbergasted because they didn't realize that what they saw in The Good Doctor was actually the other way around, based on a real life thing. It's surreal. I heard this from students not just a week ago. I thought it was just for gaming. People compare it to virtual reality often, and virtual reality is fantastic, but there's more you can do with it than gaming, although gaming is really fun, of course. When people put on a HoloLens, they don't realize you can see everything. You can put on the device and see what is happening around you. And one of the big things, and this is actually also true for me, it doesn't make me motion sick. So when you use virtual reality, at least when I use virtual reality, apart from Beat Saber, funnily enough, but if I put it on, I play Minecraft, I get absolutely motion sick up to the point of vertigo. So a lot of people are also hesitant to use this new technology, but it doesn't make the motion sick because you can see your surroundings. There's no disconnect from your brain and what your body is doing. And this is the most fun one. I feel like a superhero. It's so cool. Even yesterday, I had someone and she just screamed like, I'm like Spider-Man. It's amazing. You can do so many things with this. So what is the added value of mixed reality? What can you achieve with it? What could you use it for? And I think there's three main parts. There's enablement. You can really enable your employees, yourself, students, to focus on certain things. They can either focus on their jobs, they could focus on their expertise, for instance, or you can really enable them to learn in a new way. There's a lot of blended learning methodologies going around now. There's e-learning, there's in-person training, there's remote training, what we've seen last year, of course, and hopefully it's not going to come back in full force, but I think more of a hybrid solution is going to happen there as well. And if you think of remote training, like what we're doing right now, what if we're not just seeing each other on a screen through a camera? What if we're still feeling close to physical presence together, but it's in extended reality, the umbrella term for all virtual, mixed reality, augmented reality? What if this was in extended reality and we could high five, or I could see where you're looking at, or I could notice someone is maybe looking at their phone a little bit. There's so many things you could do. And once you start using emerging technologies, what I also see is that people are really stepping into their creativity. They're starting to think out of the box. Everybody's always saying, think out of the box, but you need to get pushed out of the box a little bit so you can really start thinking out of the box. And what I see is that when people start using this technology, even if it's just a demo, they're starting to think of things that they've run into, but didn't realize that they could solve this. And I think that's one of the very, very important things as well. What's your problem, but also what is that hidden problem that you think you can't solve, but maybe you can. You just didn't know the technology was there. And ultimately, it boils down to time is money. Save travel time for your employees. Have less downtime for your assets. I went to a customer they have really expensive machinery, like very expensive. And if there was a problem, they would have to call the manufacturer. And the manufacturer was so busy, it took up to 5 workdays to get that machine fixed. It could be a simple solution, but it was up to 5 workdays before that engineer could actually go to the location, look at the machine, maybe order parts. So who knows, maybe it takes even longer. But if he didn't need to order anything, it still took 5 days to get him there. Think of your most expensive machine and you can't use it for 5 days. How much money does that cost? That can be very expensive. In the maritime sector, it could cost up to €1 million to have a boat not moving. Well, I say boat, it's actually a really big ship. So if you think about that, what if you could put on a device and someone can look through your eyes almost and guide you through what you need to do, maybe guide you through a diagnostic or guide you through even fixing it. Maybe you have the basic knowledge, the foundation of it, but it could be a little bit too tricky because you don't see it every day. So what if you can just call in the expert? The expert doesn't need to travel. In case of maritime sector, they don't have to get on a helicopter, be flown out to the open ocean. They can stay with their family a little longer, join dinner again, not just be that person that's there on Sunday. So you can have so many benefits on the supplier side, on the company, the customer side, and ultimately also for your employees. Why would you not just make life easier and more efficient? So the application that I was talking about, it's actually created by Microsoft. It's called Dynamics 365 Remote Assist. It's a long title, so most of us just call it Remote Assist. And if you have to start with an innovation like this, because the HoloLens, as you see depicted here, it's not cheap. It's quite expensive because there's a lot of advanced technology within the device. It has hand tracking, eye tracking, so much more. So I always say, you know what, dream big, but start small. Start with the gateway app, Remote Assist. It's one of the gateway apps. And it's easy to find your return on investment. It's easy to find travel time and expense saving. If you have less travel time, you don't have to pay for the mode of travel. You don't have to pay for downtime of your employee. And if you use it properly and you get your suppliers to work with you, it also accelerates call to repair times, which I think is really, really important as well. And the great thing is it's integrated with Microsoft Teams. So if you're calling someone, they just need to have Microsoft Teams. It could be on their phone, it could be on their tablet, it could be their laptop, they could be at Starbucks. And it's easy to share your knowledge as well. So it doesn't always have to be a supplier and customer relationship. As you can see here in the photo, it's also a nurse practitioner calling a specialist. Hey, I have to do something with this patient. I might need some assistance, some guidance. I'll just call in the specialist for this. Why would I have to schedule them their very precious time, especially in healthcare, especially now? I can just call them. They can stay safe in wherever they are. I've actually implemented this during a pilot for geriatrics care. And the first one was the COVID unit. You save PPE, which was absolutely precious back then. Your specialist, who is also precious, especially in geriatrics care in the Netherlands, we have a shortage of them, geriatric specialists. So that meant not having to risk your specialist going to such a contagious unit and potentially having an extra specialist down. So the nurse practitioner could just call them through Remote Assist and have them walk through the unit with them to see if there's anything that needed attention or extra care for a patient. And ultimately, that nurse practitioner or maybe that engineer or anyone who's using the device to call, They're also learning by doing and receiving guidance. This is a small, relatively simple and easy to implement application. So you can actually start getting used to it. One of the main things that I also see is that, like I said, people don't know. They don't know it exists. So one of the main things I see is that people also need some time. People need time to get used to new things, and that's okay. So if you start small and in such an easy and clear goal of what you want to achieve, it's a lot easier to have people get on board with this. They're like, okay, this is new technology. You know what? I do see the value in here. Yes, it will help me in my work. What's in it for me? I understand why we're doing this as an organization. What's in it for us as an organization? So if you give them the training, give them some time. Yes, that costs money, but giving them some time will help accelerate your employees embracing this, or yourself, also possible, to get used to this. They need some time to get used to this, make some mistakes, let them practice, also let them have fun, because I'm not gonna lie, it is a lot of fun to use this device. And then you can start looking to other solutions. And we've seen this across sectors, actually. We've seen that a lot of companies have started using this, and it started small with remote assist or with guides. Dynamics 365 guides is also an application that is easy to use out of the box, and you can transfer your knowledge as well. You can help people train on machinery equipment, for instance. But what happened across all sectors? Healthcare really took off with mixed reality. An example is that a hospital created 3D images built on mixed reality, and they were based off of MRI and CT scans. So rather than having a flat image, because our brain doesn't think in 2D, you'd have a full 3D image that you could walk around, you could pick apart, and still go back to your MRIs or your CT scans. But you still have the image as a whole of your patient. Education, enable, like I said before, enabling your students, your employees to make it their own. What they've just learned, let them practice, make it their own. And think of trainings in a situation where maybe you couldn't do these things in real life. The image you see here is a CPR plus training. If you go to a CPR training, maybe it's a day, maybe it's a half day, once, twice a year, and then you don't get to practice anymore. What if you could practice? You still get feedback because you can connect with Bluetooth peripherals, and you can still get the feedback as if you would have your instructor next to you. You could still see how your chest compressions are. Or what if you think about how would you train someone with fire? I don't know about you. I don't think my boss would like it if I would set the garbage bin on fire so I can practice with the fire extinguisher. It's messy. It's not good for the environment. What if you can just put on a HoloLens, you place down a virtual garbage bin, you pick up a virtual extinguisher, and you can see if that's the right one. What happens if you use the wrong one? I've never seen it. I know there are some videos of certain situations, but what if I could practice it in the office where I normally work? Because that's probably where it would happen. And across all the other industries, the manufacturing industry, like I said, maritime sector, there are so many more things. You can see here a picture of Toyota, actually, how they've used mixed reality to visualize what happens with their design. So here it's for testing the airflow for their brakes. So you get the most optimal flow to keep your brakes as cool as possible, which is also for safety. Ford, Airbus, Mount Sinai, a hospital in Uganda, actually. That was fantastic. There was a surgeon in Uganda, and he was the only one who could perform a certain operation. So their mortality rate wasn't that good because that surgeon at some point, he does need to sleep. Can't be doing the surgery 24/7. So what they did, they started with the Gateway app, remote assist, was able to call in a surgeon from the United States, from Europe, from Asia, anywhere really. And their mortality rate went down. It saved people's lives. And I think ultimately that's the real goal. How can you, next to making it more efficient, making it more cost efficient, more fun for your workers, you can also look to social impact. There's so much you can do with this. The potential is astounding. I could talk on and on and on about this, but I would love to hear from you. I would love to hear from you if you have any questions, anything that I could answer for you. I heard about the metaverse. Microsoft has also announced that they are also expanding on their metaverse. Any questions?
Yeah. So I'll pick up one question. Am I audible to all of you? I guess I am. Well, I have one question from our social media. Can you give us some real life example what is happening in MR and XR properly as an industry vertical? Like,
Yep.
I think she already did, but yes, if you can help with the question again, yes.
Yes, of course. So what we're seeing, funnily enough, the industry vertical was one of the first ones to really go, I think we can use this. There's a scaffolding organization that has ran into some problems because their scaffolders were super experienced. But when you place the scaffolding, you actually do it based on a drawing, on the BMI, the modeling. The problem is that a road or any flat surface in the world doesn't stay the same for a long time. So the scaffolders would have all the materials they needed based on a drawing, on a plan. They would be at the location. They're like, oh, I see a tile like this. That's not safe. I'm going to move it 5 centimeters. The scaffolding that I'm talking about goes up to like 50 to 100 meters. It's huge. So on the ground, you might place it to, 5 centimeters to the side. But what if you look up? What are you going to run into? Sometimes they would run into pipes. They would need more scaffolding material, which costs money. And if the build of the scaffolding took too long, they would also get a fine from their customer, because we're talking about big plants and everything here. So they started looking into mixed reality as a solution, because then you could put down your markers, look up and see the scaffolding being built. And ultimately what they wanted to do, because mixed reality or virtual reality, it doesn't matter which one, the extended reality, you can also connect it to the power of the cloud. So what if you could have everything being computed in the cloud, and you could also know how much you would need, how many materials would you need. You could combine it with artificial intelligence. You could combine it with machine learning, with your actual warehouse. So that's one. I also talked about the maritime sector. Basically, that was deck building. So they needed to build also sort of scaffolding on deck of incredibly large ships. But they would have to do it by hand. It took a lot of time. It took 3 days to keep that ship ashore, which costs a lot of money. And now they can use mixed reality because they let the HoloLens, the power of the cloud, compute everything. They just look to the deck, place their starting markers, and they just keep walking. And then that deck, the application would calculate everything, where should be the load-bearing weights and everything. Let's see, another one, safety. Safety is also an important one, not just HoloLens. There are cameras like the Kinect for Azure who can, they basically use a form of extended reality and can track people as well. So let's say you have a patient who is supposed to stay in bed for 5 days and they can only walk half an hour per day because they had surgery. What if that patient starts walking and then the patient keeps on walking past the 15-minute mark, but they also have to go back to their bed? So what those cameras can do, they can track it and they can send notifications. The cameras can also track posture and all those things. And if you really would want, you could also monitor it and you could see the posture overlay and such. So it's basically a form of extended reality, but you're not wearing it as a head-mounted display. More examples in the industry for, oh, sorry, that was healthcare. More examples in the industry. Airbus is using it for training purposes. I know Ford is using it for design purposes. Think of the side mirrors on your car. You have to place them in a certain way, and there are some regulations of what you need to see, what you need to be able to see with the side mirrors. So every time they would adjust the side mirrors, the engineer would have to go sit back in, look in the mirrors, is everything within the regulation, measure it again. And now they can just change the side mirrors from outside of the vehicle and still keep seeing what the driver would see because they're wearing the device, head-mounted display. In regards to virtual reality, one of the main things is simulation training. Any manufacturing plant that has safety regulations, but you need to start training your trainees on how to use the plant. So you could build a digital twin. That's one of the terms that is used often, a digital twin. You completely rebuild something in virtual reality, for instance. Could be a boat, could be an airplane. Well, I said boat, it's really a ship. Airplane, cars, anything, train carts, anything that costs money to have it on the ground, have it stand still. And you can use it to train everybody, really. And there's also now see-through VR. I don't know if anyone has heard from that about that. You put on a VR headset, so you're fully closed off, but there's still cameras at the front, so you can still have a certain view in front of you. So now they're training pilots like that as well. So you have the entire simulation as if you were flying, but you see the cockpit in front of you in your own hands that are using the instruments. Does that answer? Sorry.
Yes, 100%.
So many things.
Of course, it has to be. So I'll take one more question from social media. It's like around 3-4. But the question is from Ragini. What is happening in automobile industry with respect to XR? Any details will be helpful.
So I partially answered that. I would recommend definitely going to YouTube, for instance, look up Toyota and Ford. Those are the two main ones. I think BMW as well, by the way. And mostly it's in, as you see here in the screen, in the slide, complex repairs and training, but also design. So imagine with the design phase, they would use, let's say, let's say a Ford Focus, a simple car. You have it in station wagon, so family car as well. But let's say they're innovating that design. Usually what they would do is they would have the car partially assembled, but it would have to travel across continents because the design team is not all on one location. There are specialties, maybe in Germany. I don't know if it's Germany, somewhere in Europe, specialties in the United States, in Asia. So it's costly. You have to transport a partially assembled car all over the world. So now what they do is they have one location where that partially assembled car is. One person puts on the HoloLens and projects it on there. Maybe another person joins from VR. And they also put on their headset and they can see the car projected in front of them. So people across the globe can connect together and work together on a design of a car. So you don't have that shipping cost, which is also not environmentally friendly. So they can all work together, they can fine tune it together, combine that with the power of the Microsoft Cloud. You can also have language barriers broken because you could use Azure Cognitive Services. It could be subtitled, it could be translated. And if you really want, you can also have notes made for you, action points taken out for you. It's sky's the limit. Actually, no, your imagination is the limit. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, there's a comment in the chat box here. So someone is asking, of course, she's one of our speaker in our next some days. She's asking you specifically that, do you collaborate or partner with some universities? If yes, which ones?
Not universities, actually. We are currently, I don't know how to translate this in English. So in the Netherlands, we have a university, college, but we also have another type of schooling that is more practical focused. And that's the one that we're going to partner with, and we're going to partner with them for CPR training, actually. Because this year there were two soccer players, I say football players, but soccer players, who actually had a heart attack on the field. And it's something that is very near and dear to me, as my dad was a heart patient as well. And he had several heart attacks when I was young. So we're collaborating with them to teach students CPR and really enable them to make it their own, so that when that, if that moment, and I pray to God it does not, but if that moment occurs, that they will feel well equipped to be able to start helping, calling emergency services, have them guide you, and hopefully you feel confident enough at least in what to do. So yeah, that's what we're focusing on education, healthcare and safety sector. Yeah.
Super.
There are some universities, there are some universities, Leiden Medical University in the Netherlands, that is already working with mixed reality. I'm pretty sure the Amsterdam Medical University is looking at it as well, and Erasmus Medical University.
Yeah, I'm sure. And in fact, as per my understanding goes, from Asian perspective, we have a couple of universities who are working in the same domain and vertical. I can go on with examples in South Korea. I can go on with examples with China, in Japan, Taiwan. Those are the places things are actually happening very, very closely. In fact, in India, I created a syllabus for one of the universities here in India on deep tech, deepfake, and VR and AR. They are using it for last, I think, 2.5 years till date. So things are maturing, things are happening. In fact, so those things are happening. So to give you a perspective of these segments like VR, AR, or MXR, or you're talking about XR, these things are the happening things. The only factor is because of the hardware challenges. Probably it's not that popular, just like the smartphone. Okay, that's the only challenge that I personally feel that that's the only challenge that we face. Talking about the same, I think Alexander practically explained each and every part of extended reality and mixed reality. And thank you so much for all the insights and taking all the questions. And of course, G is actually sharing that, okay, she's giving you thanks. example of heat failure is crying. Okay, so she's actually giving you thanks, and of course it was enlightened, and we are all excited to have you here with us on a Sunday, especially from Netherlands in an early morning. Probably it is like 5 o'clock or 5:20 a.m., something like that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm so sorry that we had to call you in this time zone of yours. But yes, like because we are dealing with many different time zones, like it's really challenging for all of us to bring all the 95 countries together in one platform. We're trying our best. To give you a perspective, Alexandra, we have a technology committee inside WLS ecosystem, and we are trying to create a thriving committee so that they can handshake with each other. It depends on someone who wants to join and they want to become active and actively participate with us and probably grow with each other. We have various different verticals of venture which we created in last several years. Let me give you my small perspective how we started as a company. Maybe we can have a chat later on, not in WLS. But yes, we have a platform which is basically a business accelerator. We started very, very recently, wherein we are trying to help startups to grow, scale up, and of course, do something cool in their life, and we'll be happy to become one of the catalysts for their growth. We have our own real estate portal, which is not a normal real estate portal, rather I would say a property portal, wherein we are enlisting real estate properties plus luxury yachts and costly cars, plus the technology solution companies who can actually give solution for specifically to the real estate industry. We did a lot of solution for them earlier, and we thought that let us open the platform for all the people to come and join and share, and that's how you can actually grow. It's not a growth of one company, rather if you are making a system to grow as a community, that's the real growth that I personally believe and my partner personally believe. So my partner is actually from Australia. Two of us are like brothers. We are looking for much more women to join us, and that's the reason in our accelerator we have another amazing lady, Gazarila. She is from Malaysia. She joined us as a core partner into this, and we are welcoming all the women, all the great superpowers to come and join us and probably guide to men so that they become more and more focus oriented. Pardon me for this language, but I actually personally believe that women are more focused than men. They can manage much more things than men. We are probably a little bit of strong physically, but other parts like mental strength, thinking about the entire structure, maybe women are one of the best. Thank you, Alexander, for coming in a short time span of how would I define you? Like, it's not easy to wake up at early morning, then come. And yes, could you please give me a beautiful smile of yours so that I can take a snap? We are doing live tweeting. Thank you so much. So before I jump into our next speaker is from Turkey. He's also awake because this is like early morning for them, like 7 o'clock. Before we jump into him, I would love to call two of the young kids. We wanted to give you a little bit of award of recognition. If you guys are here, Mitodru and Rishabh, could you please turn on your microphone and your camera so that we can see you? These are the young kids of class 9 standard. They have been recognized by a lot many other platforms. Then we thought, why don't we give them a recognition into the global platform? So here we are. So give me a moment to share your certificates and announce. And I have my great friend. That's the reason I wanted to manage this. He was a jury last year and you are selected in that part, and we wanted to give you award this year. So here you go, Mitodru. Welcome to World Leaders Summit. We are awarding you as a World Kids Excellence Award, and in this sector, of course, we are happy to have you regarding your work that you have done on IoT and AI. Congratulations regarding the same. And of course, with
Thank you, sir.
Of course, with you, you have your another friend. I believe you're from the same school. Rishabh, welcome to World Leader Summit. We are awarding you as a World Kids Excellence Award 2021. You will get your certificate with a specific unique encrypted key, and feel free to download and use that. Okay, so
thank you, sir.
The platform is yours for only 5 minutes. I'm going to give you 5 minutes max to introduce yourself and talk a little bit what you have done and why we are awarding you.
So I'm going first. So good morning, everyone present here. I am Rishabh Majumdar of class 9. I am a student of Shri Shri Academy, Kolkata. And this platform, WLS, is a great platform. This has achieved me to gain a lot of knowledge, and I definitely will share all the knowledge I have gained from here to among all my classmates, among all my friends, among everyone whom I know. Now, in school, Shri Shri Academy, we have an ETL lab where we perform various kinds of experiments and various robotic and various AI related things. We have done a lot of things with the help of ATL Lab and Ravik Innovations. They both have helped us to perform various robotic things like the, for example, a Bluetooth control car, a voice control car, and something and various kind of things. Now, for the best project that we have done so far is a Disrobo, which is basically an app and a hardware-based system which will help you to maintain social distancing remotely and very easy.
You're getting muted. I don't know why.
Yes, actually there is some background noise. We have also published a research paper on this in the Global Conference of Artificial Intelligence and Applications. And this is our best project so far. We are also been awarded the Inspire Manak Awards by the government of India. That's all.
Thank you so much. Mrito Drew, over to you, please.
Yes. Firstly, good morning to everyone present here. I am Mitadri Dasgupta, one of the co-workers in this project. Firstly, I'm honored to get this award by the World Leaders Summit 2021. And so, as Rishabh stated, this everything we have done, it started in our 6th standard when we were introduced to ATL labs, basically adult tinkering labs. This is an extended scheme where we learn the art of tinkering, the art of innovating. And for this, I think a very big role was played by ATL in charge, Abhishek Biswas. He helped us a lot. He made us learn about sensors and various circuiting, coding in various languages. And through that, Rishabh and I both were equally passionate about AI, IoT, and these booming technologies. So we started developing projects on our own, and Sir supported us a lot. And the entire infrastructural setup of our ATL lab was given by the Ravik Innovations. So, and we also thank them, and we also thank our principal, Subina ma'am, and the entire administration for setting up such a lab, because ATL labs are present in less than 30% of the schools in the whole of Eastern India or so. So we were very lucky to get this opportunity. And as Richard stated, one of the best projects we have done so far is the Disrobo. And this started from the hackathon that was organized by the duo of our ATL labs and Rabik Innovations. And after that, we specifically Rishabh got the Inspire Manak Awards, and we developed this project. We were also honored by GCAIA, Global Conference on Artificial Intelligence and Applications, for the best paper award in our sector. And we were really honored as we got this opportunity so young in our life, and we could make felt that we could make the best use of it. So thank you, WLS. Thank you, Ravik Innovations. And of course, we also thank Suvina ma'am, our principal, and Abhishek Biswas. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please do the best of your work and your amazing stuff that you're doing in your life. And please feel free to get back to us. We'll be more than happy to give you all the support that probably we can give you. Talking about the same, I can see that our friend is already here. Abdul, if you're there, kindly connect to your audio and your video. Would love to have you in our stage. Abdul, yes. Thank you so much. for coming.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
let me introduce Abdul Khalek
Yes.
Qureshi. Abdul is the founder and CEO. He's a serial entrepreneur, a venture builder, a global mentor, an angel investor, and he is from Turkey. He does multiple massive work and a great human being. Thank you so much, Abdul, for coming and sharing, and we are delighted to have you in this platform. The stage is yours. Please enlighten us with your knowledge and wisdom.
Thank you so much, Abhijit, and good morning to all the audience. And I'm delighted here to be in the World Leader Summit for the second time, and always happy to collaborate with the World Leader Summit. Today, I would like to talk about investment readiness and how entrepreneurs need to be prepared for their funding. So I would like to share my screen. Yes, and then we can take off. Go now. Okay, is it my screen now? Clear? Can you see my screen? Okay, good. So, do now. Second one. So here, yes. So we have. You are a startup. You are an entrepreneur. The question is always, are you ready for getting funded? So, investment readiness means, are you as a startup, your team, do you have done the work in order for you to convince investors that you have a strong investment? I'll be talking about what most investors consider also when making an investment. What kind of preparation is required to successfully raise investment funding? To start our presentation, my presentation, I would like us to ask a question: why startup actually need funding? You know, an entrepreneurs, of course, when we define an entrepreneur, we can say it is a person who want to start a business, right, and take risk in order for a new venture. Entrepreneurs always, you know, and satisfying an existing demand. So business is always about solving a problem, right? So we should consider that, you know, as entrepreneurship. Business idea, as I said, is solving a problem. So entrepreneurs, he want to start to build and grow his business venture. To start his business and grow. Why? To grow and scale his business idea. He needs to fuel the business development. He needs to build an effective team and, of course, set strategies in order to penetrate the market and have a portion on his market side. He needs to acquire new customers. So always, you know, in the entrepreneurial journey for entrepreneurs, he faces obstacles, difficulties, and especially when he and the point when he wants to grow to fuel his business with an investment. So, but mostly he gets rejected. Investor says no to the investment. To the why? Now, either he's targeting the wrong investor, or he doesn't know how to raise funds. And according to studies, you know, startups fails because the main two reasons. First of all, there is no market need, and this represents 42%. Secondly, is because of running out of the cash, 29%. And this is what we call also the valley of death when you when a startups is starting doing this. businesses, and then he is running out of cash. He will the business will die. So thirdly, of course, the team and team and team. This is important for staff. So if he has not the right qualified team, this is a good reason to fail. And some the investor will say no for the investor. Now, if we talk about funding resources, how can entrepreneurs find resources for us funding? We have, first of all, he can start with incubator accelerators. Incubators, this is, organization that they can incubate at the beginning, provide them technical support, schools and places, and then accelerator will accelerate his growth. So he will start his venture, he will get mentorship to start. But then you need to, first of all, take funding from what we call love money. This is people, this is family and friends. They trust you, they love you, they want to help you, so it's a support strategy. They would like to support you to be successful in your business. After that, we have the angel investors. Angel investors are healthy, are wealthy individual people that they can invest in your business, and the range starts from even 5,000 to even 100,000. And then we have venture capital and private equity firms. So venture capital actually those firms that invest in other people, and we have then big firms that private equity that where you can get an investment more than let's say 50, 100 in a serious, and we will see now in which stage you can get investment from that. So as entrepreneurs, what you need to consider, let's say, when talking to investor, what investor would like to see in your project, in your business idea. First of all, I would say viable idea. This is important. When we talk about viable idea, this is the idea that can be, you see, an innovative and awesome idea. We don't hear, because there are a lot of dreams, a lot of ideas, but which one is a viable idea? You need to validate your business idea. You have to do lean startup. Lean startup means you have to go and test and get feedback from customers. Come up with ideas, but you have to test them. Ideas can be great, but most of the time, it's all about execution. So, and delivery which methods. I mean, you have to have viable idea, not just a dream. So you have to know how to turn your idea into successful business. As an investor, we look up also on the market size. Market size is an essential element in the investment readiness. You have to understand your market and the strength and industry very well. What is your market? Is it big? It is potential. It will be fast growing. You have to demonstrate for us the potential of your market. We have terms like total addressable market. What is your portion on this market size? How you will grow with your market? So you have to be able to show the portion of your market that can realistically reach and serve. And then we have business model and fair advantage. Is your business model fair advantage? Means it's difficult to copy. Do you have barriers to entry strategy? It is a unique value proposition. Do you have new technology and do you have patent? It is intellectual property. So we want to see as an investor that you have a competitive advantage. We want to know what makes your product or service unique and differs from other competitors. That's important. And then key. Fourth element, or let's say one of the important elements.
Small request, maybe Abdullah, small
yes,
request. Maybe your microphone is not working properly. If you can check it.
How's the voice now? Better? Okay, thank you. So, team, how strong is your team? How qualified? Do they ready to execute? The investor, we believe actually in team. You know, we have myself or most of the investors, what they first look at is the team. Are the team able and capable to execute this viable idea? So team is important. Then of course we have you know, we have an investment, and so mainly actually we invest in people, right? So this is important. Actually, investment also readiness, they mostly, let's say, talk about what we call 3 tiers. So an early stage investor, we look at team. What is their expertise? What is their successful track record? Are they passionate, resourceful, facts and focused? Then we have traction. Traction means what do you have already as what customers you have gained in the market? What is the momentum of your excitement? What is your growth on number of users? What is the revenue you got already? So this is important. And then we have the target market. This is 3 T's that always investors look at and consider, especially in the early stage investment. So now let's come to the journey of how to prepare yourself for the investment. First of all, we have pitch deck, right? Make your pitch deck simple and effective. It is 10 to 15 slides. We'll go through this. I think we have a slide here. Yeah, so investment, list a bit, you have introduction first, then you have to define it. This is 10th slide. You'll talk about your problem. When you talk about problem, tell a story, maybe show a video, you know. Then talk, what's the solution? What is the real problem you are solving in our world? Then identify your market size, landscape, competition, talk about business model and unfair advantage that you have. Show us your strategies to go to the market. Tell us who is your team, and then give us financial modeling and projection and summary about that. So this is your pitch deck. You have to show us also all these on your pitch deck. And pitch deck is always this step that the investor may then say, okay, we will have a next meeting. It is, don't expect that you'll be having, you know, you'll close the deal by pitching your session. So in your pitch deck, show always something impressive. As I said, pitch deck, go fast in this 10 12 slide, show your excitement, and this is important, and use the technology in order to demonstrate your capabilities and your and how strong your team is. So second, due diligence. You have to prepare all your documents about your startup. All these things that you want to see, like as I said, executive summary, it's just 1 to 2 pages. You have to see to show us your financial model and projections, how much money will flow in and flow out. You want to know in your company over time, what is your cash burn, will be the profit. It is like 3 years or at least 1 year, you have to show us your financial projection. So, and you're asked, how much capital do you need? Project that. How much do you need for at least 1 year, and add, let's say, a 30% buffer for that, okay? So what is your valuation? What is your valuation of your company? And then there is a term sheet, we call it. This is a first formal. It's a formal agreement, but it's not. It's a non-binding as well document between startups and the investor. And then this is depend on the negotiation with your investor. So due diligence document, and then we have investor meeting. Prepare yourself for the investor meeting with a question like, how is my investment secured? This is a tough question, so be prepared. Let me see your financial plan. What is your competitive advantage? What will you do with my money? So outline the milestone, right? Outline the milestone of your business. What are you offering for me? Remember always what it is in it for me as an investor. So the board seat, the equity exit. Okay, so this is prepare and practice on the investor meeting and what you are providing, what you are offering, what is the return on investment that we will get. So then we have MVP. This is minimal viable product. It is basically the most simple version of your business idea. You are going to build and release your product or service to your user. So to see, does it really help them to solve a problem? So you have to go to the market, test that with your customer, review the result and get the feedback from your customers. Okay. So MVP is a learning process. It is your solution that might solve a problem. It may solve it poorly or not. So you have to show and work on that. It's a lean startup, MVP. You may need to change, develop your business idea, business model. So then prepare a business model. You know, we have this 9 blocks. It is strategic management. It's a lean startup tool. It is a template. It will quickly define and communicate the business idea or your concept. You will visualize the 9 building blocks of your business: value proposition, customer segment, the key partners, the cost structures, and also the revenue model. So channels, all that will be in this template. So we want get prepared for that. You should know how to communicate your business idea, how to run your business by experimentation, not only assumption. Okay, so I would like now to talk to, you need to have what we call fundraising strategy, right? So first of all, set your expectation. Understand that raising money will take time and a lot of time. So your goal, like strategy, should be long-term, and at the same time, it will be highly focused. So raising money is something that not easy. It will be a hard journey. So and you sometimes some, let's say, entrepreneurs, they say, when I pitch my session, I will get my fund. So then they get disappointed, they get frustrated because of the higher expectation on raising money. So you have to set your expectation. You have to understand that raising fundraising will take time. Okay. So secondly, you have to refine your value proposition. Investors want to know, of course, your impact and their money, that their money will make change. So how is your business going to make change? How will it change the world actually? So value proposition. You have to ensure that the investor will invest on their money and into the business, and not only on your time and sweet and tears. You know, so this is social impact. the value proposition is important. And then get your document, do diligence document ready, and tell your story, a story of momentum, of vision, and your team. Talk about your future. Listen on your feedback, or let's say rejections from investors, advisors, mentors, and continually improve. So you have to get organized and do your homework. Now, then meet and pitch the investor, maybe once, 2 seconds, 100 meetings until you get yes. Okay, so um, talk with the investor, agree on reasonable price, on term sheet, shareholder agreement, and finally get the money. So simple but hard. Wow. Um, if we go here into investment readiness level, you will look at what is mostly important for an investor to look at. You have, see here, matrix-based growth. Give matrix, give numbers that you are growing in the company, that you will be having potential large market, that you will be like a unicorn business. You will, this is matrix important for us. So you can deliver, it's a result-driven business. It is a scalable solution. You do lean startups, minimum viable light. You have a return on the investment, and the market, the product is solving a problem. It's power product market fit. You have your prototypes. The market, as we say, is a potential, and then you have viable idea. So on this process now, what do you think? What do you think will be the process of the startup? First of all, I think we can go fast here. The startup funding process. First step, we will do screening. Right, screening means we review your pitch deck, look at it, see on the 10th side what you have to offer, and then we go into basic due diligence. This is further evaluation. It can be through calls or meeting. Then you will do pitching. We'll have a pitching session, but mostly 5% only would be qualified to pitch in front of investor. So then we go into term sheet, sign off. As I say, term sheet is just the first formal agreement. It is non-binding and it can be for 60, 90 days. And then after that, we move to shareholder agreement. So after that, we will have due diligence upon term sheet. We move to financial and legal due diligence in order, and they may take 4 to 8 weeks. Some investor, they like to do due diligence before moving to the term sheet stage, and this is also by the investment process applicable. Then we go to the shareholder agreement. So then what's the investment value? Money. So to after achievement session, you get your money, and then when you get the money, that you are fortunate, but remember that you have the rate of responsibility is multifold, right? So you have to be responsible of the usage of that money that you get investment as entrepreneur. Round closure, this is necessary filing to the registrar and companies and authorities. And you have to stay always legally compliant. So this is, let's say, the outline. This is the roadmap of the startup funding process that usually and normally we go through. Here, talking about stages and what is the investment looks like. We have pre-seed start. It can be from 0 to 50,000. This is where we have your MVP early customers, adopters. Then we have seed fund from 50 to 500,000. You already launch your product and you have early traction. Then we have series A and B and C, starting from 1.5 million, where you have your team, you need to grow and you have to start revenue. Then the evolving of your business, scalable, international expansion, more growth. And then you have series C, where you already have shown a value of revenue that can to invest in you. So I'm coming now to closing my presentation about investment readiness, but I would like to talk about what is my advice and recommendation. Okay, so first of all, as an entrepreneur, you need to target the right investor, right? So you have to do some research before you approach an investor. Look at what is his interest. Would you like to get investment from angel investment, or you'd like to start with a venture capital, right? So what is his? Let's say I'm more interested to invest in tech startups and AI or cybersecurity. So I will not be interested to, let's say, have a delivery demand stuff. So you need to understand what the investor interest and what industry they are looking for. Then you have to be honest, show credibility. Always, when you are pitching, don't lie. You have to tell always the truth. If the investor asks you the question, you have to be honest. And if you don't know the answer, you just say, okay, I will get back. I don't know, but I will get back to you later. So here, you need also to get smart investment. The smart investment today means you don't need just to have money, but you can have people that they can bring you value, they can bring you experience, right? Angel investment, they are earlier successful CEOs. They have experienced 20, maybe more than 10, 15, 20 years. So when they invest in you, they bring you also experience and also investment. They can be on a board as advisory board. They will help you grow. They will bring their experience for you. So try to get always smart investment and always know your business very well, right? Know everything that you need to strategies, what the business is solving, what is the competition or the market size. And my recommendation always to start up and enterprise. If you need from day one, get advisory board, get mentor from day one. Studies shows that, let's say 65% they were successful businesses because they good mentorship and advisory board from day one. So this is important. And always remember, fundraising is not what you make successful. It's just a mean to an end. So you have to do your job. Okay, thank you, Arijit. I think I'm closing now my presentation, and I'm happy to, if there is any question and answer from the audience, to discuss and share some thoughts and ideas about investment readiness.
Super. So I'll open the floor for all of you to ask questions, like in Zoom, even though we get a few bit of questions from social media, but I'll give the first opportunity to this panel itself to ask him direct question. We have Ravikant, we have Marco, we have Banani, we have Alexander, we have Jagat. Anybody can raise their hand and unmute. Ravikant, you want to go first, please? Abdul, could you please turn off your, yeah.
Hey, Abdul, great stuff. I don't have any question per se, but just want to highlight something that you have also mentioned on your presentation about execution. People generally come up and bring up a point that what if somebody else copies my idea and they become successful over there? And this is something that I discussed with Arijit as well a while back. So the point is not about copying idea, and if somebody replicates the idea and becomes successful, they haven't become successful because they replicated the idea. They became successful because they executed better than what you were doing. So execution is something which is a very key part of the whole journey, and it takes you from where you are currently to where you want to be. So investment strategies, they are a part of it, but execution is what makes the thing going on. So thank you for sharing that, Abdul, as well during your presentation.
Thank you. Absolutely.
Marco, if you want to go, you can unmute yourself. No problem.
Yeah, thanks, Ajit. Pleased to meet you, Abdul.
Thank you, Marco.
Very, very thorough description of where people sit as startups. Probably just one area. You're from Turkey. I'm from Sydney, Australia. So we're across the across
Yes.
across the world, across the world together. But if you look at future generations coming through, I've had, like as Arjun knows, I've had the pleasure to mentor and guide in various industries in Australia. Some of these young men and women have been very successful. For entrepreneurs, this word for some family members, for example, mothers and fathers, they get a bit hesitant. So what I'm saying is they feel that their son or daughter is sort of more encouraged, should I say, to seek employment, not to go onto this this journey as an entrepreneur. What's one suggestion that you could make to future young people that want to aspire to be entrepreneurs, they want to aspire to be business leaders, they want to aspire to do something that they've always thought as a young child when they went through the stages of adolescence and then young adulthood. So as they're in the young adulthood stage, you have obviously more responsibilities, and you always look back to your parents, and you think about the morals and the values they've instilled in you and how you've shaped yourself amongst your family. So what's one thing that when your parents, and this happens quite a lot, and it's happened through my generation, when your parents sort of encourage you to go into the workforce, but you would love to be successful because you've got, like you said, this idea, this concept, how would you encourage parents to change their mindset to support their child?
Right. Thank you, Marco. It's an important point. It's just, and we call this entrepreneurial mindset, right? How to develop the mindset by the the schools. I would say the schools and universities, they play a key roles on that. We have changing mindset, entrepreneurial mindset, something that it started from the childhood and from the as you said, from the family. So and we have here very interesting we have seen now the giving awards of amazing kids here panel. So I think entrepreneurial journey started from the school, from the basic schools, and from the family. So educating, creating the environment that fits with the entrepreneurial mindset. Creating, always tell your children, okay, you have to build your own business, right? So you don't need to be like an employee with okay to start your career, but you have to think always to rely on yourself, create your business, do your own money. So I think, yes, I agree with you. Entrepreneurial mindset is important to build among the communities.
Thank you, Abdul. Thank you.
Thanks.
Except at one point here, maybe if Arjit, we still have time for this.
Sure.
So I think Marco, taking on your point about how do you build that sort of confidence, and Abdul, please jump in if this aligns with what you have also been sharing. I think most of the parents or anyone who's caring about a person, they are worried about the financial results that they will be getting out of, any sort of a venture. So if a person, whoever he or she is, could make a confidence or could build a confidence about a financial outcome that they'll get in a year, in a 2 years, in a 3 years, 4 year, 5 year timeline, that sort of would help to give a confidence back to their family members or to their uh, well-being people around them. So I think having that strong projection and being very open, Abdul mentioned this about expectations. So it's not just an expectation with an investor, it's also an expectation that you create around yourself with the people that are connected with you. So I shared this with Arjit a while back as well. How do you keep people around you happy in your personal life gives an effective outcome in your professional life. So have a clear expectation around both the sides and have a strong financial projection.
That's right. I think that's why, thank you so much. I think that's why I'm telling always to the, I mean, in the commercial world, you need to get the investor smart investment, and from day one, have advisory board, and the investor should be on the advisory board. So he will follow up with you. He will make sure that you are progressing well, and he will be assured with the team and the business development that you're doing is according to his expectation. So I would say always from day one, get advisory board, have the investor, the angel investor, on your advisory board as part, of the company. This solve a lot of dispute, and then mess maybe in the future. You can get them difficulties on your projection. This is not real. Investors also are now smart to even venture capital say, okay, you have this financial projection. I don't think that you'll be 1 year, 2 years, you'll have this amount. So sometimes entrepreneurs, they are over exaggeration about the projection. So financial budgeting is just a number, but you have to make real number, be realistic. And to solve all that, get them into your advisory board. Yeah, maybe this is the solution.
Abdul, I just had another thought there. Obviously we're going through the pandemic. We've had a global recession. That would have been about 12 years ago to 13 years ago across the world. How would you safeguard, if you had to pinpoint 3 areas, how would you safeguard, obviously, a project where the investor and the team and obviously the leaders are safeguard regarding if there's a major world issue?
Okay, excellent. Actually, during the pandemic, it's sometimes the opportunities lies on these difficulties, right? Sometimes, so the opportunity comes when you have hard time. So people, we have seen that technologies, and during the pandemic, especially in the biotech, health tech, they have been growing very fast. Technology now. I myself actually, we look, I'm a member of the World Business Angel Network, and I myself have been to many serial entrepreneurs. So here, looking at the innovative solutions, technology, tech startups, what is new, and also what is in the pandemic. Can you, it is. We moved into online and digital transformation. So I think during the pandemic, technologies are the solution that you can make, communicate and demonstrate with the startups. We have run all, instead of what was physical event, we are now online. You see, we are now in an online event. So technology development was the solution, right, for this pandemic.
Thank you. Probably, Ajay, we got time for some more.
Seriously speaking, we need to skip because we have really tight schedule. But I can always I have the questions if Abdul is staying back with us after we're done. So Abdul, could you please mute yourself and please stay with us? We have three more questions from audience as well and from Marco as well. Alexander, if you're there, if you can kindly unmute yourself. Thank you so much, Abdul, for coming and sharing the insights. You can see the number of questions raising.
All the time. Yes. Thank you. All the time.
Yeah. Alexander, if you can unmute yourself and if we can have you on stage. Okay, so let me introduce Alexander Ganeshan. Alexander, of course, is ambassador into World Leaders Summit, representing the country, which is a beautiful country called Estonia. He is a startup founder and a mentor. He's a blockchain evangelist. Of course, he's an NFT collector and a lecturer. And not only that, he has got enormous number of experience running businesses. And I know the entire story because we shared few beautiful moments with each other. Alexander, the stage is yours. Please enlighten us with your speech.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. It's awesome to be here. I really hoped, since we traveled to Italy with my family last night, I really hoped I will be able to find some internet here in Napoli. So I hope the connection is good enough. And thank you, Abdul, for your presentation. I think it was very close to perfect. And this is exactly this type of knowledge I would love to have like 6 or 7 years ago when we started our startup journey, because before that, I have been building businesses offline and never was forced to raise any additional capital, never was talking to any VCs or even angels, and never invested myself into anything but my own companies. And then stuff changed. So since 2015, we have been building different digital tools for logistics and supply chain industry. And I think I wouldn't share any theory with you guys today, but I'd rather share the latest experience, the last 5-6 months journey that we have been going through, and maybe you can find some great points for you from there. And if not, totally fine. As I just mentioned, yes, indeed, today I am an evangelist for the blockchain and for decentralized autonomous organizations. But honestly, I learned those terms like, I don't know, less than a year ago. And the reason for that was that when you are building something on a certain technology, then your focus is like so strong. You don't look around, you don't look left, you don't look right, and you're just launching your product. And we did our exit with our previous product in 2020. So starting from February this year, I was basically sitting home, doing nothing, dreaming. And my older son, he's my co-founder. We have built several projects together. It's a blessing when you can do something with your family. I know it's not too common, but in our case, it's a perfect workout. And this young gentleman, he is much smarter than me. This is exactly how it should be, right? So we, the gray guys, we have maybe all the wisdom, but they move fast. They learn things, they break things, and stuff happens all the time. So it happened, yes, in March, I think, first time when I heard the term NFT, non-fungible token. I had no idea what it is. Honestly, by that time, I didn't have a single Bitcoin or any other cryptocurrency. I didn't have any wallet or whatsoever. But then I dived into some podcasts, into some books and articles, and I think somewhere by the end of May, yeah, I was more or less orienting there. So what we decided based on our 5 years experience of building tools for supply chain and digital logistics, we understood that majority of those tools would actually never work because of strong defragmentation of the logistics industry. And if we consider that the largest player on the market, has only 3% market share in supply chain, you can understand that it's totally impossible to connect them all. But if you look at the world today, we are sitting in a pretty interesting situation with you guys. Due to COVID, we have a spike in e-commerce. And today, globally, we have around 3 million, quite serious e-commerce stores, right? But then again, we have more than 250 large multinational last mile organizations who deliver this stuff to our customers, to our homes. How to connect them all? How does it happen today? In most cases, it's, well, a series of integrations. So everyone should integrate with everyone. And it's kind of impossible. You can imagine how many manpower should we put into it. So we started to put together a new team, and today we have an amazing team, the global team of professionals in IT, in supply chain, in crypto. And we decided to build a protocol, actually our own layer 1 blockchain, in order to be like a middle layer between those e-commerce units and logistics units. And through this protocol, through tokenization, we can actually give a very simple access to what's going on in this area today. How we started, I'm going to share my screen so you can learn much more from there. Our project is called Suplane. It's really early stage, and before starting, we put together a concept of Suplane, which is a decentralized supply chain protocol built on blockchain. And our focus is on the cross-border online stores, where we want to offer full transparency without adding any extra fees on top of shipment cost. And this is something that differentiates us from other players on the market. I think the closest company you can find in this field is VeChain, Chinese. Those guys are doing great, but I think they are too much all over the place. We are focusing on a single stuff. And Abdul was talking about funding. Obviously, this is a big project and you need to fund it. So how would you do that, especially in a situation where in Europe you don't have so many investors who can or who are willing to invest in this type of projects connected with crypto and with the blockchain. There are some early birds, but not too many, believe me. And there are only few funds in Europe who are ready to invest in your wallet. So we decided that we're going to raise money ourselves. And we created another project, which is called The World of Freight. And it's a collection of 10,000 unique NFTs. They're still minting. And we created the world around it. Basically, we built an ecosystem for everyone who would like to jump on board, help us with their advice, with their network, and participate in building this decentralized community. Obviously, there are tools like Discord and Twitter that we are using to communicate with our community and bringing them on board, bringing them actually into action. And last week, we had an NFT conference in New York where our team was presented. We met, thanks to this project, we met a lot of amazing people who are actually willing to invest now when we already raised over €500,000. And hopefully, if Ethereum is going up, and looks like it does, then by the end of this year, we should have at least 2.5 million euros just from our own project, which will give us a runway at least of 2 years, which is again pretty special for the startup to be self-funded, so-called, and at the same time to have a community around us. So what does it take to build it? Well, first of all, a vision, a dream, because all those amazing people, they are here because the dream we have and sharing with them. And I think this is the next very important lesson entrepreneurs need to learn, that of course ideas are important, of course teams are extra important, but the community is most important, especially if we are talking about a decentralization. I don't know if you have heard this expression. I love it a lot. Your profit is my opportunity. And this is what's going on in financial world. This is what's going on in logistics and many other areas where we see all those huge profits that third parties are making on the industry, which doesn't make sense at all. Like, how can you be a middleman and earn more than a transportation company itself? It doesn't make sense, right? The only way they can achieve that is to keeping on the data. And this is what we're going to break. We are sharing this data through protocol with all the interested parties on the market. And through that, we are bringing down the profits of a middleman and provide money directly to people who, well, who do the job, right? And this is amazing what technology allows us. I think the blockchain technology itself, it's a blessing, because everything, every business which involves tons of information that needs to be distributed to a lot of people, this kind of business, they were waiting for that type of tech. Now it's here. Now it's only the question, how soon can we unlearn and relearn the new logics and the new understanding of the processes. I know I can speak for hours because this is my fresh baby, and you know, I'm so excited in the process, and every day I learn something new. But for the ones who are really interested in understanding what we're talking about, I definitely suggest to jump into podcasts. I can share later with RJ to the list of podcasts I love, and maybe you can find something useful for you from there as well. And I'd rather leave more time for questions if you have any. Okay? Thank you.
Yeah. So the first is not a question. It's just an input for you. If you know, we at Virtual Infocom, we are actually into the NFT market for last few months, and we are working with a couple of number of platforms, including few of the European partner of ours as well. So we'll be more than happy to collaborate and handshake if you need any kind of support. Always there. Of course, there is a huge community which is growing. It's not that it's settled down. It's a completely new technology. People have limited idea what will be the future and others. But yes, always in. In fact, not only with the cars, if you are looking for characters, if you're looking for amazing assets, we have everything we can give you. Not a problem on that. Of course, not a problem. Willing to handshake with you. But this floor is open for Q&A. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask it. Or if you wish, I can go for a question as well. Marco, okay, please.
It's a good. Pleased to meet you, Alexandra.
Hey. Good to see you.
How you doing? It's funny, you're in Naples. My family background is Italian. Mum's from Sicily, and
Oh.
dad's from Naples. So it's it's great to see that you're in my not my homeland, but my parents' homeland. So I hope you're enjoying yourself. And is Italy open? Like it's been
Yes.
very.
Yes, the travel is open. Obviously, well, there are regulations, there are masks everywhere, but all the restaurants are open and the city never sleeps. I mean, we arrived last night, and I think the noise stays all over the night. It's awesome.
That's great. Just like you mentioned, you're excited. Like I can feel your excitement and your passion, and your passions are, something that we love. Like if like in anything in life, I always well, it's something that I've done for quite a few years. I used to mentor a lot of adolescents in my educational years. And I used to say to the kids of the future before becoming a young adult, like it's a difficult period. Like there's all different stages that we go through and challenges and so on. But when you roll out of bed and you can sort of like take your first step out of bed and you feel that, that this day is so important to you. So my question to you is, how do you make, yourself, your team to feel like that every day? And does it happen every day? And what types of mentoring you could provide, future generations to have that feeling that we have of excitement and passion, and how do we redirect it into, them achieving their dreams as well?
Thank you, Marco. I think it's exactly a question for me, because this is what I'm doing the last 15 years of my life, because my dream was to resign by the age of 40. It kind of happened, but obviously I never resigned, because after a couple of weeks with my dogs and photo camera, my wife told me that, hey Alex, you need to start something new, otherwise
It can be difficult, you're right.
So first thing I did, I went back to my uni, and there was a hackathon, and I just offered my help to those guys. And since then, I'm mentoring at basically all Estonian technical universities, but also as a mentor, as a lead mentor today at the largest Estonian technological park, Technopole. I'm helping on daily basis. Basically, I'm helping a couple of future unicorns and a bunch of early stage startups, and being also a partner at Nordic Startup School, which is another amazing entity. I also work with international entrepreneurs on a daily basis. And I think in August, they offered me an opportunity to be a visiting lecturer at Tallinn Technical University for the master's degrees first year. Business development and IT. And this is exactly the right spot, because those are the guys who will now graduate like next year. And my dream, my goal is that by the end of this course, by Christmas, basically, at least half of those teams that we gathered there, they should start building the real product. And this is what I told them, that guys, you can dive into theory, but you will learn nothing until you try. And you ask about our team. I'm exactly the one who is starting every morning with good morning and some quotes from John Maxwell. So this is the first thing I do. I read my Maxwell diary about 6 a.m., make a picture of this one thought of the day, and share it to my core team members. And I'm getting good morning back. And then we have our 10 minutes startup call and go for it. But I'm fortunate to be a part of the really like self-motivated team, because the problem we're solving is so huge. I understand that most probably I won't see the final result of that because it's so big. But they will. The youngsters will, most probably. Yeah.
Well, great answer, but it's amazing work. It sounds like that you're doing. So congratulations, mate. I'm a long way from you, but with this digital evolution that we're going through at the moment, everything seems to be so close. So I'm sure one day, Arjit, we could meet Alexandra and some fine leaders across the world together, and handshake physically, not virtually, and share our obviously share our experiences and provide opportunities for the next generations to come through. Definitely. So
yes, we were blessed with two amazing sons. They have 4 years difference, and of course they're different. Everyone is different, right? But what they got in them since early age, because I was never hired by anyone. I have been also always self-employed, except now, I got my third salary from uni. It's so weird, Someone is sending me a paycheck. Oh my God. I never tagged myself with some kind of price, right? But what I did from a very early stage with my kids, I involved them in my business. So Sander, my older guy, he was already in our family business by the age of 14.
Wow.
And Daniel by the age of 12.
Wow, very young. Wow.
And now Sander is one of the top marketeers and business developers in the country, helping several Estonian unicorns. We have 7, so we can help several, and building supply with us. He's actually a lead of this project. And
awesome.
Daniel, the younger son, he's studying at the coding school. So we really hope to engage him in a family business as well pretty soon. There was a question, is managing teams virtually different from physical? Yes and no. Yes and no. We love physical contacts, obviously, and every time it's possible, we do team gatherings. But then again, we were happy enough to build up the world of freight without meeting each other once. And I think when you have proper tools like Discord and Slack, then you feel involved, you feel engaged. And like in less than 2 months, I think we were so close together. We were, I think, more close than many family members. So digital, it's a new normal.
Yeah, definitely. So, just going back, Alexandra, to your 2 boys. So it's amazing, because I've got 2 young girls myself and I had kids late, and they're quite different. You're totally right. Every child has its own uniqueness. But look, just your 2 boys, was that just a natural transition for them to follow your footsteps, or did you encourage, or they just saw you be the father you are and the man you are, and obviously, a fantastic role model for your family and others around the world? Alexandra, so how can that happen so naturally? Because my background is elite sport and education, worked in the shipping industry and quite a few industries. My dreams was to be a footballer, and I was a very good athlete. So encouraged to go into the education world, my father did. But, it was on a crossroads time where I had to choose between 2 sports that I love so dearly: football, being Italian, and long distance running. So how did this achieve? How did this happen? I'm just astonished that both your boys are working closely with you.
I think books have played a huge role in our life. I found my first real mentor, by the age of 34, pretty late, as you can see. Obviously, I had some role models, but no one was really mentoring me before that. And this lady, she gave me first 2 amazing books. One of them was Gary Chapman, 5 Love Languages. And another was called Personality Plus. Yes, Personality Plus by Florence Littauer. So both books, they were mind-shifting for me. And we did our tests with my wife. We are now together for 30 years. And I would say that in some sense, those 2 books are the reason we are still together and even more passionate than ever. But then again, we did the same tests for our boys. And we learned pretty early who they are, what are their strengths, what are their personalities. And from this moment, our home climate was perfect, like perfect. I became phlegmatic in my home. Obviously, you see, I'm not the one. At my job, I'm a mixture of sanguine and, well, maybe, well, I never tyrannic. Sanguine, let's keep sanguine. And obviously at my mentoring, I have to be some level of melancholy. But at home, I'm phlegmatic. So it doesn't really matter if they fuck up or not. They are the cutest creatures on the planet. And I never pushed them. I never pushed their limits. I never pushed them into business. I offered them opportunities, and obviously leading by example is something every parent should think about.
Thank
if
you.
I answered the question.
No, brilliant. And I think like that quote that you said, profit is my opportunity. I'm sure your 2 boys resonated with that, because if I hear what you just said, the last 3 to 5 minutes about your family and your success, your wife's relationship, and your 2 lovely boys, that quote probably resonated with your 2 boys, because they saw you grow together with your wife and yourself. And I'm not saying monetary ways. I'm talking about relationships and your family. And then they saw other changes in your life, which they embraced, obviously.
Thank you. Thank you. And when thinking about the effect technology can bring to this world today, then the least thing we can do, we can gather like here, and we can share, and this kind of sharing, well, let's be honest, it wasn't possible even before COVID. We never really thought about it. So all those tiny communities were just by themselves. Now, well, how many nations do we have here? It's amazing. Thank you, Arijit. It's a great job. Thank you.
Pleasure is always mine. This is a network that we are building, and the ecosystem we are trying to create with each other so that all of us can grow. Please feel free to coordinate and communicate more. Otherwise, we will not be able to understand and know what all are happening into your own business. So probably once you share, we can understand, okay, fine, there is someone or also in the same similar vertical. You guys can probably handshake with each other and grow. At the same time, I think I can see a comment from Ravikant. Ravikant is one of our ambassador. So he is partnering with an Italian venture, which will leverage some blockchain innovation probably. And he is visiting Milan, hopefully soon. And he wants to connect with you regarding the same. We have many people in the network, Alexander, who are in the same similar space, and it's growing. Not only me, I mean, in fact, if you ask me, Virtual Infocom actually handshake with 3 more ventures based out of Europe, mainly in Spain. One of my friend, he runs a gaming company in Spain itself, and we collaborated with each other for creating NFT. Not only that, we are coming up with our own platform of art, buy and sell based on, of course, blockchain technology. You call it as a NFT buy sell, or you call it as our art, is all the same. So things are actually happening inside the ecosystem. Probably we are not in touch anymore, and or probably we don't coordinate and communicate that much. We are losing communication, and we are missing that. So with this note, I think I'll be taking more questions. If you have more questions, please feel free. If not, I have questions from social media. I can take one question from social media, then you can ask him again. Okay, so from UK, someone is asking, what's the future of NFT that you can see? It's actually an old option to sell arts with encryption, isn't it? What's your comment?
NFT is a relative newcomer, and I think we are experiencing a peak of that at the moment. But what I strongly believe that the next evolvement of NFT will be a social token, because when you are a freelancer, a talented freelancer working online with some projects, then you have the right to keep the token of every project you are involved in. And now that we're playing with NFTs, I kind of believe that there are too many scam, let's call this a scam, right? Yeah, scam projects already. So the market is pretty much overwhelmed. And if you look into those projects and trying to understand if there is something more behind it, then like in our case, we created this NFT market particularly to engage people into the shipping industry, which means that after we will launch Suplane, all our NFT token holders will have their share, will have their part or the tokens of Suplane. But in majority of those projects, you have nothing but some story and the game behind it. And I kind of believe that people will get tired of that and will switch to something more stable, more fungible, and those will be social tokens.
So if you have any more questions, please feel free to ask him, else I have to go back once again to social media. If this is fine, I can ask one more question from social media if you don't have any, or you want to ask. Shall I? Okay, great. Well, as per our understanding, the supply chain market is still evolving. What do you feel in next 5 years? What will be your vision for growth?
Well, 5 years ago, I had some vision for the next 5 years. And from this vision, almost nothing happened. When we are talking about such a monstrous industry like logistics, nothing will happen in 5 years. We need to think like 20 years ahead.
It's all about the vision. It's not about how much money you're making. That's what a lot of people don't understand and relate to.
Exactly. I mean, the transformation towards all this transition towards the transparency, it will take time. But obviously more and more solutions will be available. More and more innovative companies will start switching towards transparency. Look at financial sector. If you consider like TransferWise, now they're just Wise, right? They came with the vision like 10 years ago. What happened in 10 years? Yeah, they became unicorns. So what? They are still a tiny fraction of the financial market, right? It's still a fiat that is dominating. DeFi is almost nothing. We are still a fraction. So in the next 5 to 10 years, we can expect that this new asset class called DeFi, well, it will definitely grow. I think it's the biggest growth and the biggest redistribution of wealth we will experience in our lifetime. But don't expect anything big like in 1, 3, 5 years. It will be big, relatively big, but it won't be game changing.
True. Okay, so I guess we are coming to the end of Alexander's speech, and it's a beautiful speech, and we really enjoyed. And good luck to all of your venture. You want to ask some question? Okay, okay, sure.
So Alexander, thank you so much for sharing all that, and continuing to your last point. I do feel an organization or a company has a life cycle, and it's a time-consuming process. It just cannot happen within 10 years or even in 15 years. It's a time-consuming. However, there are certain verticals where the change can be seen radically, but the downfall is also radical in that vertical. So I do go by the code that the more time you take to build stuff up, the more time you will sustain the market, and the longer you will be playing in that area. So my question is more around building blocks, because this is relatively a new technology. So what are some of the values and principles that you are putting forward to the team, to uh, the social or the cultural aspects around your team, and how are you taking that forward to make it a comparatively or relatively larger organization now?
Yeah. First of all, you need to know who you are not, because many companies know who they are, but they don't know who they are not. And it took us quite some time to boil down our vision to the protocol that our company, Woof Labs, we will only focus on building the chain, and we will obviously involve and engage all available third parties who are interested in changing the industry to come and build on this chain different kind of products for this industry. So we can be all over the place, but then there will never enough capital for that, right? So you need to be very clear with understanding what you are capable for. Obviously, you are capable for many things, but then again, with the teams we have, it's only 13 people at the moment, including our advisors across the globe. We understand that within the next year, we should grow at least 10x in a team size, and to do so, we need to change our mind even more to try not to control everything. When we are talking decentralized, it's a mind shift again. Many people will never get it. It's even strange for me. I'm getting 50 next year. For me, sometimes when I watch in the mirror, Alex, do you really endow? You are old capitalist. How could you? But yeah.
On that, we had a very special guest yesterday or a day back, Ajit, where he had a vocal cord cancer, and I think the sort of beliefs that he had really inspired all of us in the right direction. Maybe Arjit can share more about his background and a lot more. But 50 is just the beginning of life, Alexander. It's not
50
anywhere.
is nothing. 50 is just nothing. Don't think about the number.
I know.
05.
Yeah, 50 is new 30. I know that.
It's new 18.
And yeah, I'm in 100 club. So, like, really, we have a 100 club with our friends.
Okay, so this is the time I think I should ask Alexander to put himself mute. Please be there with us. Please stay with us. We have another exciting panel, which is not an individual speech, rather a panel run by Febrise, my good friend. Could you please turn on your camera and your microphone? Super. Okay.
Hello, Arijit. Nice to be here.
Pleasure is all mine. So I'm actually watching a superpreneur. So those who don't know, he wrote an amazing book, which is basically the 5 secret keys to create breakthrough business that change the world. And He's the writer. Not only that, he's a change maker, he's a trailblazer, and of course, he talks about space, startup, deep tech, innovation, entrepreneurship, and creativity. Welcome to World Leaders Summit. So the floor is yours, and I can see your amazing panel is already here. I'm so sorry about my voice. I've been hosting it for last 3 days continuously without sleeping. So if there is any kind of voice modulation is not proper, please pardon me on this. Just please welcome Ami. Please welcome to World Leaders Summit. Floor is yours, Fabrice, and I'll keep myself mute. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Arijit, for the warm welcome. Always a pleasure to see you and to participate to the World's Leaders Summit. Yes, so this panel is about solving big problems with radical ideas, and I will have the chance to have two great panelists, Amy Kao from RX Hall. Hello, Amy. I know that it's very early today for you, but thanks for joining us.
Yes, I'm actually joining from San Francisco. So I have a virtual background right now. This is the Golden Gate Bridge right behind me. So actually, I know it's early for those in Europe right now, our European friends. It's actually the evening, the night before, November 6th for me right now. So getting close to the end of the day, but very happy to be here.
Yeah, no, thanks a lot. And yes, I have also to have my friend Joost here. So hello, Joost.
Hi, Fabrice. Good to be on a call together again.
Yeah, it's also early because you are in Luxembourg, I think. Huh?
Yes, indeed.
Yes. So before you have the chance to introduce yourself and to explain what you do, let me just introduce a bit the topic. So as Arijit said, yes, I will be the moderator today. I'm an entrepreneur, mentor. I also, yes, published recently this book, Super Entrepreneurship Decoded. And in that book, I explained that in 2007, the world entered into the age of exponential acceleration. So we see an exponential acceleration of many things, among which technologies like material science, robotics, artificial intelligence, genomics. So this is a good thing because it creates tons of new opportunities. The flip side of this age of exponential acceleration is that many problems have also accelerated at an exponential pace. So for example, if we think about climate change, and this is a hot topic today with the COP26, we see that we have more floodings, more hurricanes, more wildfires. And so in my book, I say that it's time for radical ideas to solve those big problems, what I call crazy ideas. And I'm calling for a new form of entrepreneurship that I call super entrepreneurship. And I give several examples in the book, and I'm very happy that some super entrepreneurs that are in the book are here today. So they can share their experience. So I will kick off now maybe the panel, and if you can, each of you introduce yourself and explain what your organization does, and especially which big problem you want to see solved and how, and then we will dive a bit deeper into that. So maybe Amy, do you want to start? Hello, Amy? Looks like the image is frozen.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Amy, can you hear us? If not, maybe Joost, you can start, and Amy maybe will join after. Maybe she has to reconnect.
Yeah, no problem. Fabrice, can you just repeat the question real quick? I lost it.
No, the question is simply to introduce yourself,
yeah.
Maybe a bit your story, and yes, and exactly what is the big problem you want to be solved and how you want to solve it. Yes.
Yeah, so Fabrice and me, we know each other well because of our company, Mana Electric, and I'm the CEO at Mana Electric. So Mana Electric is a very deep tech company, a hardware company. And what we focus on is revolutionizing the way in which solar panels are produced today. So the typical way that solar panels are produced is that resources are mined and extracted all over the world and then brought to China, where they are typically processed and assembled into solar panels, and then shipped back across the world to wherever they need to be installed. What we basically identified, because we all come from the space industry, is that there are technologies which allow us to produce solar panels using the locally available resources. In particular, what we focus on is desert sand because it's very abundant. And so what we are able to do is we are able to use desert sand to produce fully functional solar panels. So we only need two inputs, desert sand and electricity, and we can use those inputs through various production processes to produce fully functional solar panels. And this has several key benefits, but I think the main one is that it's produced locally, and secondly, that it's produced without any CO2 emissions and a lot less chemicals than the typical processes. So it's a much cleaner and local process, which, as I'm sure all of us are aware, the supply chains in the world are going crazy at the moment. So technologies that work more on a local scale are critical. And so the big problem we try and solve, of course, is to do our small part in solving global warming.
Okay, thanks, Joost. I think that Amy has maybe a connectivity issue, so I hope she will be able to join us. Maybe let's continue, because the time that Amy can join. I think she's now. Amy, can you hear us? I think you are muted.
Yes, hi. Can you guys hear and see me now?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
I apologize. I don't know what went on, but earlier I could hear you guys, but then my screen froze. So apologies for the technical.
Yeah, no problem. I think that it's very early, so maybe the internet has also wants to sleep too. Yes. So I would like you maybe to introduce yourself, and if you can also introduce RxAll and which big problem you want to solve in your organization, and maybe how you want to solve it. Yes.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. So hi, everybody. My name is Amy Cowell, and I'm the co-founder and chief marketing officer of RxAll. And our company is really dedicated to combating counterfeit medicine, specifically in emerging markets. And so at our core, RxAll is dedicated to providing high quality medicine to patients that need them. And to support our mission, our company has two main products in our portfolio. So first of all, on the hardware side, there's the Rx scanner, which is a proprietary molecular sensor device that can identify the quality of prescription drugs in under 20 seconds and display the results on either an Android or iOS, iPhone app in real time. So you can imagine a scanner where you're just scanning a drug, and then immediately on your phone, it will tell you the quality of the medicine, and in most cases, whether or not it's authentic or counterfeit. So pretty much drugs that have been authenticated through our system can also be purchased online by our customers, pharmacy, patients for offline delivery through, which is our second main product, which is the Rx Delivered platform. And this is a platform where our customers can purchase authentic medicine. So pharmacies can access the authenticated medications, those drugs at wholesale prices, and patients also can access this platform and have higher and better access to high quality medicine. So that's in a nutshell what RxAll is about. Our team is currently operational across 4 different continents, and we started back in 2015 when myself and my co-founder, Adebayo, who's from Nigeria, we met each other when we were students at Yale University, and both of us bonded over our shared experience as victims of counterfeit medicine. And so our passion is what keeps us going every day, and we're completely dedicated to ensuring that nobody ever has to go through the traumatic experience that we went through as victims of counterfeit medicine.
Great, amazing. And, maybe if you could, Amy, a bit elaborate on this, because you started so in 2015, if I understood correctly, so 7 years ago or 6 years ago. And so you were a victim maybe of this, both of you and Adebayo, and probably this gives you, let's say, a purpose to do this, because it's what I explain in the book, is that super entrepreneurs, they have a true purpose, or what we called within the Singularity University movement, MTP, massive transformative purpose. So how do you think that this allow you to maybe help to attract people around you? Because I know that you also raised some funds recently, etc. So do you share this with others? And is it an element you think about your success?
Yeah, I think our story is our story is very touching, especially for entrepreneurs who have also experienced similar issues in emerging markets. And it's to those who haven't experienced it, because growing up, I grew up in the United States, where I think we have a very strong regulatory system. Pretty much, I can trust like the Tylenol that I'm purchasing from my pharmacy, and I can trust that that medicine is to some extent going to actually alleviate the pain that I'm going through. And so I think the story has definitely been very compelling in helping us to inspire communities, help to raise awareness, and also bring folks closer to rallying around this cause to come up with a solution. I'd say that while in sort of these already developed nations, maybe counterfeit drugs isn't really too much of a very well-known issue. Globally, counterfeit medication kills 1 million people every single year. And specifically, that's 10% of that 1 million number is actually in Africa, as well as emerging markets alone. And so counterfeiting actually impacts the full, if you think about it, the full healthcare ecosystem, from regulators to pharmacies and ultimately the patients. And this is a huge market, where the global problem represents approximately $200 billion across 100 different countries. And so it's, I think it's this global health crisis nature also, when especially when we speak to investors and helping educate them, especially if they're not familiar with this problem, that has really drawn folks together to really fight for a common solution. But at our core, and at least my main motivation at Adebayo, my co-founder's motivation for doing what we do, it's because both of us were victims, and both of us ended up in hospitals. Adebayo was in a 21-day coma when he was in Africa, and both of us were fortunate enough to survive the traumatic experience and have a second chance at life. And I think that experience in itself is what motivates us, and has also been part of the broader narrative for also why we started the company.
Thanks for sharing this. Joost, do you want also maybe to share where your motivation comes from?
Yeah, of course. I think I cannot top Amy's motivations, because, of course, personal experience always is better. But I think, everyone in our generation, or everyone in the world, is realizing the impact that global warming is having. And as a serial entrepreneur, I wanted to find a solution for the problem, because clearly, as we also see from the COP20 COP meetings, that if we were just to rely on governments, we're not going to get anywhere. We need entrepreneurs, and we need businesses in the end to solve the issues that are in the world, especially related to global warming. And besides that, I've always been very motivated about space technologies. And so combining space technologies with my two passions, let's say, combining space technologies and sustainability was really something that just drives me. And as Fabrice, you know, it's my life passion, Mana. So I wake up every day with energy to go to the office and work. And I think I think that's not just for me, but that's the whole team that feels that. So also hiring has become not so difficult because we have a vision and a passion that people share, which makes it motivating for people to come to the office and to join our team. And a lot of people want to be part of these kind of adventures. So I think it's very important for a business to have some kind of purpose, and it just makes a lot of things a lot easier. Let's put it that way. You might make a lot of money in sectors where perhaps it's not as interesting, or not as relevant in the time. But being relevant, having a purpose and a vision really helps to make your life a little bit easier, so to say.
No, I think indeed that it helps, because it can really attract people around, let's say, what you want to achieve. So for sure, and it guides, let's say, entrepreneurs. It's the true north, because let's be honest, building companies like you are building is tough, and so. There will be a lot of setbacks, etc. But hopefully, what you want to achieve is great. So it gives probably the energy to continue and to persevere. Now, as I always say, dreaming big is not enough, unfortunately. And so in the book, I highlight also the importance to be well prepared, to have plans. So Jos, you want to share maybe your experience into that, and do you think that you were well prepared before to start Mana Electric?
I think you are never well enough prepared as an entrepreneur to start, and if you look back, you are like, oh, what was I thinking? But then again, that's part of the journey and the adventure. No, I think I'm a big thinker, and I'm a big thinker for the long term and the future. So I think you know as well, Fabrice, when I first pitched Mana to you, I had a 10 or 15-year plan, which of course changes with time. But yeah, I think it's very important to have a plan, right? Just an idea, everyone can have just an idea, but you have to have a plan of execution. You have to have a business model. It has to make sense financially, economically, especially in our business where it's so asset heavy, so capital intensive, that you have to have something that you can go to the banks with, that you can go to investors with and say, hey, this is the way that we want to get to our long-term objectives. And yeah, if that plan is sound, and then I think it really supports what you are doing. But without that plan, you're not going to get very far.
No, I obviously totally agree. And you, Amy, what was your level of preparation before really to launch the company? Because you had this idea, but how far, let's say, did you prepare yourself before really to launch the company?
Yeah, I think that I was really lucky, along with my co-founder Adebayo, in the sense that when we came up with this idea, we were still in school. And so we had the resources and network. And at Yale University, we have it's like an entrepreneurial institute. It's a program specifically to cultivate entrepreneurs who have really great ideas. And so I do think that we had resources, we had access to resources around that week and mentorship as well, and some seed funding that really helped to prepare us and really help us bring our first product to market. So in that sense, I think from like an academic and that like business skill perspective, I think we definitely were in that environment to allow us to also, it's sort of like a failure-free type of environment where we could experiment and play around. So very, very fortunate there. I think coming also from a business background, that was really helpful. And I always knew that in addition to the business plan that Joost mentioned earlier, which is super important, it's just like knowing what your story is and knowing your customer ultimately, like who's the target market that you want to serve, and having a really clear mission, having a really clear vision and strategy on how you are competitively different from others sort of playing in your space. So knowing all of those key points and pulling that into your business plan, I think those are the core fundamental skills that that would be a good starting point for every entrepreneur. And then I think personal skills that I've also learned along the way are just grit, hustle, attitude, and resilience, because I think nothing prepares you for the mindset of what you'll go through as an entrepreneur when, you know, you're pretty used to always, you know, getting yeses in your life. Like in the life of an entrepreneur, it's not always that smooth sailing. And I think just having that resilience to stand back up when in that face of rejection is very important. So I think definitely the combination of business skills as well as personal and interpersonal skills, those were definitely, I think, skill sets that I had to refine throughout my entrepreneurial journey.
Thanks, Sammy. I have two follow-up questions for you. First of all, what was this school or this entrepreneurial program that you follow?
Yeah, so this is, it was part of the Yale University program, and it's called the Yale Entrepreneurial Institute. So it's a program specifically, it's like an incubator program for the university.
Okay. And I would like to have your perspective, because I'm often, let's say, asked, can someone learn entrepreneurship, or do we, let's say, just we are born, let's say, entrepreneurs? What's your perspective into that? Because I don't know if you were dreaming to be an entrepreneur, or is it just because you wanted to solve this issue that you decided to become an entrepreneur? Can you explain it?
Sure. I mean, I think it's a little bit of both. For me, my story, and it really is person dependent on what their entrepreneurial path is. I never thought in a million years that I would be an entrepreneur. Growing up, my mom's a piano teacher, so I play piano and viola. I grew up thinking I was going to be a musician. So to go from musician to like starting your own company, that is, you know, like very, very far off from the spectrum. So I definitely say every person's path is different. And I think some people are born with the drive to want to make an impact. And that drive can channel through multiple careers. A lot of people choose entrepreneur because they have a vision to make the world a better place. A lot of people become entrepreneurs because they experience a problem and they want to come up with a solution to it. I'm definitely of the latter cohort, where I was personally a victim, and that's pretty much, it was a blessing in disguise, in the sense that it led me to this particular career. And so I say in terms of like whether or not folks are, either natural born leaders or they can learn it, I think it definitely takes a little bit of natural personality and grit. So that's sort of what the more intuitive nature. And then I think the rest, though, is just based off of experience as an entrepreneur. And I'd love to get others' perspective as well, because I do think that through experience, you can continue to, I think you just become better at navigating the very complex ecosystem. But at the end of the day, I think that like entrepreneurs still need to have that like initial just attitude to being an entrepreneur, which to some are more inherent and just sort of it's more personality related. So to me, it's a little bit of a both. Probably more towards being able to learn entrepreneurship and gaining experience along the way.
And you, Joost, what do you think? Can someone become an entrepreneur, or is it something that you need to have inside of you?
No, I think absolutely anyone can become an entrepreneur if, like Amy says, you have the drive, and I think that's the important thing. But also you have to have this healthy view of reality, let's say, because entrepreneurs like to get in their own head and think that their idea is the best idea in the world, and that's not good, right? You have to find this right combination of listening to other people, but also being having enough experience to know to also have a little bit of that ego to say, okay, I've listened to all of these people, but I also have to follow my gut feeling, let's say, because if you listen to everyone, then you're never going to get anywhere. So you have to be able to pick out who you have to listen to for advice. And I think the biggest thing is you have to have the mindset to learn, because when I started my first business, I was 20, I think, and I had zero experience, didn't even know how to register a company. I didn't need, my bank account had 50 euros in it. You have to start learning from somewhere. And like we say in Dutch, you have to not be the donkey that hits his toe on the stone multiple times. You have to, every time that you encounter an issue, you have to learn from that and not make the same mistake the time afterwards. And it just gets easier with time. Creating Mana was, relatively speaking, a breeze compared to creating my first company and all the struggles I encountered there. So it's just learning and time and commitment. I think that's what it is in that.
Thanks. I would like to go to another topic because we are talking about radical ideas. So maybe Joost, can you explain, I think you explained a little bit that the idea of Mana Electric is to turn the sand into solar panels, but how much radical do you think the solution is?
I think the big difference maker is that, in today's industry, we're so reliant on these huge supply chains. And whenever anything gets in the way of that, the whole world implodes, it seems, or at least struggles. We see it now with the chip manufacturing, which is creating all kinds of issues in the auto industry. And so having a solution which can be deployed to basically anywhere in the world where there's deserts and start producing sustainable energy resources, that's a game changer in that regard, that you have that capability. You no longer have to rely on geopolitics, and you no longer have to rely on all the complexity that come with the traditional supply chain. You can really build solar panels almost anywhere at that point, using almost any resources, primarily desert sand, of course, but as we all know, there's a lot of deserts around the world, and it's usually also where the energy is quite needed. So it's a good mix in that sense. besides that, we are really trying hard to make a multiple X cost reduction in the production process of the solar panel. And what we see is that any cost reduction in solar panels just skyrockets the demand. If you look at the demand of solar panels today compared to 20 years ago, it's a world of difference. I believe the aggregated growth rate is something like 20% year over year. So it's just this massive growth rate that can only get accelerated and needs to get accelerated, frankly. And you have to achieve that with creative solutions. So we think we have a solution that really can create a paradigm shift in certain regions of the world for how we access clean energy.
Yes, so these kind of radical, crazy ideas, they can achieve some are disruptive. So we are talking about an improvement of an order of magnitude compared to some incremental, let's say, innovations. Amy, what about you? How disruptive are your solutions compared to, I don't know if there are any other solution or if you are unique, but yes, what is your order of magnitude?
Yeah, I think that our solution is radical in the sense that at our core, it's really a simple and basic solution to a very complex problem. So, for example, in some parts of the world, there is just no regulation around this counterfeit drug crisis. And people usually go to secondary markets to procure their medicines with no idea of the quality of medicine that they're purchasing. So our solution really does put in just that regulation and that extra layer of security in place, and then creates an easy platform for people to actually purchase and receive their authentic medicine. So in that sense, it's very simple, but then it's existing in a market where that infrastructure does not exist. So it's a simple solution in that sense. And from a competitive perspective, some competitors, one of our largest competitors, actually, their solution is actually it's called like scratch and trace. So when you receive a medicine on the package, there's going to be a code that you can scratch off. You'll see the code, you call a number, and then that number will authenticate the medicine for you. But as you can think about that, counterfeiters can also counterfeit the barcode, and they can also come up with fake phone numbers to confirm that medicine is real. And so it doesn't really address the root cause of the counterfeit drug. So our solution really goes down to, especially on the hardware side, the molecular composition of a drug, where our molecular scanner literally uses molecular spectroscopy to scan the actual composition of the drug. So think of like a fingerprint of that drug, and then compares it to the control base of authentic medicine. So anytime there's any kind of changes in molecular composition, our product would be able to pick it up. And that is really scientifically saying the most accurate way you can find out whether or not this drug that you're, this medicine that you're holding in your hand, whether or not that's real or fake. And so from that sense, I say that our technology is very innovative because it addresses the root cause. But overall, our delivery platform, that's just really creating a platform to help people get authentic medicine and then creating a brand that people trust. So in that sense, it's that very simple solution to a very, very complex problem. And it's had a lot of impact in the markets that we're serving.
And do you think that you have been able to develop this technology today because some technologies have achieved some level of maturity? What are the basic, let's say, technologies that you are using with your solution?
Yeah, so I think we're living in the world of, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and that is really the foundation of our technology. And we're really lucky because I think that our tech now is just, the tech landscape is booming, and it's just incredible. And also from a data perspective, I think being able to have systems to house the data, to analyze the data, and then having machines to learn your data so that then you can actually predict in the future, like, okay, based off of all the locations where certain drugs are being scanned and where we're seeing counterfeit medicine, we can actually predict where we're most likely to see counterfeit medicine next, that location. I think that that is incredibly powerful, and it's also very, very exciting. So yeah, those are just two that I'd like to call out. But I definitely say that we live in a really exciting time right now where anything is possible. And so that's also, I think, a main core component of, I guess, why we're able to be where we are today, because we're also riding this wave of technological advancements.
Yes, I agree with you, and I like what you said, because I always repeat, instead of saying impossible, say I'm possible. By the way, in Dubai, their motto is impossible is possible. I like it. And you, Joost, which technologies do you think are now mature that help, let's say, Mana Electric? Because you are using a lot of technologies at Mana Electric.
Yeah, I think what really, so we do unique things, let's say, that are difficult to find in the market, or difficult to find analogs for in the market. So we have to develop a lot of technologies ourselves. But what really enables a lot of it is Internet of Things, Industry 4.0 kind of technologies. Besides that, we are fortunate that solar panel technology in general has matured. So there is a clear route on how to get to high efficiency solar panels. Besides that, the access, today you can order anything online, I would say. So when we need to order, for example, a vacuum chamber, you can find 100 suppliers across the world. So in the one hand, the supply chains are very helpful for us. On the other hand, we're trying to eliminate supply chains or at least reduce some of the supply chains. And I think, the world is moving at a breakneck pace in lots of areas, which are really enabling us. And in general, I think the biggest trend is that just computer technologies have improved so much, which have enabled sensors for IoT, they have enabled AI, they've enabled so many industries. Fabrice, you and me, we come from the space sector, and we know how it used to be that you have to send a 2-ton satellite up, and today people are sending like 3-kilo satellites up with the exact same functionality. So it's really on another level where things are going. And I think, although there is a limit on the chip manufacturing side, I think it's definitely going to keep on going for the next couple of years. And let's hope that quantum computing can keep the curve going in the right direction.
Okay, I think we are entering maybe in the last 5 minutes, Abhijit, maybe. Do you have, both of you, some recommendations to give to some entrepreneurs, innovators, game changers that maybe are just watching live, or maybe they will watch the recording of this session? And if you have some key message to deliver, please, that's the right time to do it. Amy, maybe if you want to start.
Sure. So my advice is for, I guess, aspiring entrepreneurs, but can also be for the broader audience as well, with innovators, game changers, whoever's listening today. My advice is really just knowing that your success does not necessarily determine your self-worth. So it's a little bit more of an introspective journey. And I learned that this is really the most critical ingredient of all, because you have to be confident and you have to believe in your ability, irrespective of the results you get. So your success doesn't determine your self-worth. It's another way I was just saying, just believe in yourself, because in order to reach the peak level of achievements, and your self-worth and your identity cannot be inextricably tied to the outlook of any external goal that you're working on. Otherwise, you're going to give up at the first roadblock, the first failure, the first setback that you encounter. And we all know entrepreneurship is a roller coaster of many setbacks, failures, rejections. And if you have that tied to self-worth, it's definitely in that sense going to really crush you. And I say this advice because, especially for aspiring entrepreneurs, I think social media these days plays such a large role, and oftentimes a lot of I think what we see on social media is also like the 1% successful people, and like all the people that have received that yes. But trust me, for every yes that you receive, there's like 100 no's or even 1,000 no's behind that. Being a successful entrepreneur really takes a lot of hard work. It takes a lot of vision and a lot of perseverance, but anybody can have this thriving, impactful, and fulfilling career with the right mindset, the right passion, as well as the right determination. Dreams don't simply happen. It's really your responsibility to take them by the hand and walk them into reality, and just remembering to stay true to yourself along the way. And also remembering that at the end of the day, success is your self-worth is not based off of the outcome of, a particular company. It's your journey to get there. So that would be my message to everyone.
I like very much what you say, because it's always what I repeat too. So thanks, Amy. Joost?
Yeah, so I think Amy is completely right. And I would add to that, sometimes it's difficult to find a place to start as an entrepreneur, and you need a support network. Find either a mentor who has already done it, find someone who can guide you through the journey. And I think most importantly, don't spend any money until you have a concept that really has been validated. I see so many entrepreneurs spend thousands or even tens of thousands, or sometimes even hundreds of thousands of euros or dollars developing something that has not been validated by the market. And I think this is the biggest mistake. Honestly, you can start a business with zero cash in the pocket, because you can figure out all the important stuff for the business without any money. And once you figure that out, you can find the money. And there's multiple ways to find that money, of course, but really you have to be able to start with nothing, financially speaking, and validate with your potential customers. Check every little part of your business before you start spending money, because it's just the best way to do it. Sometimes you meet entrepreneurs who've spent hundreds of thousands of euros on patents when they don't even know if the patent is relevant in the market, and it's just a drain on your wallet. So it's why I always say anyone in the world can start a business if you have the drive and the motivation and a plan for figuring out how to undertake your business.
Okay, great. Arijit, I don't know if is there some Q&A or?
Well, yes, we can always go for question and answer. I'll open the floor for Q&A, of course. Before anybody asks a question, because I was hosting and speaking for last couple of days, let me take the pleasure to ask the first question to our esteemed panelists. So when we are talking about starting a company, usually we have a tendency of understanding if you have a great idea, then probably you can get success in business. In reality, that's a little bit of different. It's not about the idea, it's something related to your right kind of execution with right kind of team, probably with right kind of advisors that is there in your board of advisory committee. So my question is, when we are starting our journey, so I started when I was 17 years old, and you started when you were 20 years old. I don't know about Amy, probably you started, I don't know, maybe too early. And my friend Fabrizio probably started too early as well. So when we are talking as an early startups, what is your advice to newcomers in the market? How do they get in touch with one advisor or maybe mentor where they can filter them out? So it's actually a win-win situation. A mentor, when they are mentoring, they're also learning in due course of the mentoring process. And it's a value giving to the mentee as well, and getting the same value to the mentor. So where you feel that they should search for it, how they can choose someone to become their mentor, and if yes, what is your secret mantra about this?
Who wants to start first? Yours?
Yeah, I can start. I think you have to have a little bit of guts as an entrepreneur. And I remember when I just started, I just walked into some random places that I'd read online, were like small entrepreneur communities, or I found one of my first mentors. It was just a entrepreneur that I thought was doing great things, and I contacted him. Not on LinkedIn. I think I found his email somewhere online and sent him an email, and he responded. Okay, it took him a month to respond, but eventually, you'll manage. And if you are in a city where there is already entrepreneurial activity going on, there's usually an incubator or something like this where you can find someone. But nowadays with LinkedIn and social media, you can find a mentor everywhere in the world, and you have to find one that fits. Not every mentor is a good fit for you necessarily. You have to find someone that you get along with, that you have respect for, that you trust their opinion, and they also trust your opinion, and that you can really bounce ideas off. And ideally you find someone that can really push you in the right direction that you need to go. But it's not so difficult. You just have to have the guts, let's say, to send that email or to send that message. And you're gonna, like Amy said, get 1,000 no's probably, but you're gonna get that one yes, and that's how it is. And that's not just for mentors, that's for everything. Customers, you're gonna get 1,000 no's, and you have to then pivot potentially until you get a yes. It's also about early adopters in that sense. And then investors, it's the same thing. A lot of investors are more financially minded and not always understanding fully your business, because they also see hundreds of businesses. So of course you're going to get a lot of no's, and you always have to have in your mind, well, they're going to regret that one day, and that's always how I keep pushing through the no's.
Yeah, 100% agree. I started RXL probably in my little mid-20s ish. So it was a little bit later, not at 17, but I sort of imagine if I were 17 today, definitely, I think we have a ton of resources, because now everybody's so tech savvy, and you can just go on google.com and you can, type, and within literally a few seconds, you can probably get a ton of resources on how to actually get started, and a bunch of tutorials, videos that you can watch. And so I think that aspiring entrepreneurs today definitely have a stronger support system than, let's say, entrepreneurs many years ago. And just from my perspective, I think you got to just put yourself out there, especially if you're, and not be afraid to put yourself out there, and in a sense, be sort of judged for your idea, because that's the only way you can get feedback to improve and to adapt to the market. for me, when we started, or when we had this idea, right? So first I was a victim of counterfeit medicine. I had that experience in Asia, and I literally just like didn't do anything about it because I didn't know what to do. And then it wasn't until I met my co-founder that we were like, okay, we should actually like do something about this. How do we start? And how I started along with him was we just entered a hackathon that our school put on. And the hackathon was like, you know, you just come together, you have all these different resources and students, and you just come up with a solution to a really big problem. That was the problem statement. And so our problem that we chose was counterfeit medicine. We came up with a solution, we put ourselves out there, and then we actually did really well in that hackathon. We won. And that was really in the sense, positive validation that we were onto something, and that we had an idea that people deeply cared about and also wanted to see change in. And that was really, I'd say, the start of how the overall product started to become to turn into vision. So yeah, I think just putting yourself out there and not being afraid to share your ideas and stand by it is truly important. And then one other note I'd like to mention is, in addition to mentors and investors, sometimes investors, they want to be your mentor, but sometimes they may not be the best mentors because, you know, investors have different motivation. They may not understand your business. And so I think just being able to I think differentiate or distinguish and really staying true to your own business and your own plan, that was also a very key learning. So yeah, I think as long as you have that motivation to solve a big problem that you're very passionate about, today there's a ton of opportunities for aspiring entrepreneurs to get access to the right mentorship that they need.
Great. I don't know if there are some questions from the audience.
5 questions from social media. I will take 3.
Okay.
The first question is coming from Germany. Someone is asking, his name is Leonardo, staying there for quite a number of years. His question is, how did you create your first team? What was your entry-level challenge?
Can start first on this one. For me, it was really easy. As I explained earlier, we were at a hackathon. And so there I already had a team member, which was, well, now my co-founder at Adebayo, because we went to the hackathon together, and then we were looking for other team members. And how we created it was, the hackathon was formatted in a way where like all different teams can sort of pitch your idea to a large audience. And then afterwards, it's sort of like speed dating with people who are interested in joining your team. And then you can also interview them based off of their background and then select them to work on your hackathon team or not. So that was, at least for me, that was how our Exalt team was formed. And in that hackathon, we actually found our CTO, who was doing his PhD at the intersection of artificial intelligence and molecular spectroscopy through that forum. So I'd say definitely, you know, hackathons or different events, conferences, those are great opportunities, or different entrepreneurial meetup events. Those are good ways to I guess find your initial team, and that's what worked for us.
Yeah, I think on my side, so we have 5 co-founders actually, and the majority of us, we met at university, and you know, in the end, okay, it was my idea for a long time already to do Mana, and I just couldn't stop talking about it. and when you can't stop talking about a thing, at some point you get people that are actually interested in what you're talking about, and they're like, oh, that's actually a good idea. And then you see, okay, who has complementary skill sets, who has skills that I don't have, but that they can bring to the table. And it's also how I met Fabrice, for example. You know, I just pitched the idea a lot, and each time you pitch, you change the idea. And Fabrice for sure thought that I was crazy the first time I pitched it, but you know, he probably had some restless nights because of it and couldn't stop thinking, hey, but if this works, it could be something. And I think 2 weeks later, he contacted me like, hey, can we meet? Because your crazy idea, maybe it has something, and now it's already been a long time that we've been a team. And I think it's really important to figure out how everyone in your team takes, how you work together. Of course, there's going to be some conflict or heated discussions, let's put it that way. But with time, as long as everyone is motivated to work together, you can always persevere and figure out how to be successful together.
Yeah, as I always say, trust your crazy idea, because Peter Diamandis always say the day before something is a breakthrough, it's a crazy idea. So I think entrepreneurs should really trust their crazy ideas. Today, again, as we said, nothing is really impossible. Yeah. Arijit, do we have some other questions maybe?
One more question I'll take. I can see that this is really getting late for all of you, like especially Ami. She is from a complete different time zone. It's time to sleep. What was your first entry-level barrier? I just skipped all your questions. I'm so sorry. You're asking questions in our social media, but you need to understand she's actually logging from USA, and it's real late night now. I can understand. Probably she's becoming sleepy more. So how did you manage that? What was your initial entry-level challenge, and how did you escape that challenge? That's the question. Second one, added with this, who funded you initially?
Is that question directed towards me?
Anyone?
Oh, okay. Well, I'm happy to start, and I'll be fast because I'm cognizant of time for everybody. So entry-level barrier. Well, I'd say the first one for sure was the bunch of naysayers and folks who just were like, oh, that's a crazy idea. I immediately after I pitched it, there were a bunch of even faculty members as well who have a lot of experience in the healthcare field, very respectable people who just said hey, it's we love that you are super dedicated to this cause, but your idea is not going to work because of X, Y, Z reasons. So entry-level barrier, I feel like all entrepreneurs go through this. And how I overcame it was just to, incorporate their feedback and keep moving on pretty much. Not necessarily ignoring them, but I took their feedback and I made the business plan better. I made the product better. And overall, I think took it as a learning opportunity. So that's the entry level. And then what was the second part of the question?
You were funded initially.
Funded initially by the YEI, the Yale Entrepreneurial Institute. So it was through a university grant.
Yeah, on my side, I think there's a million entry challenges that you face, and Amy indicates a really good one, which I think we all face. I think with Mana, I had less of the issues that a real first-time entrepreneur has, because it was already the third time that I started a business. But I think the big challenge that a lot of entrepreneurs face is at some point you need some funding. And how do you secure that funding? And especially when you're developing hardware like we do, very expensive hardware, how do you secure that? And so we figured out along the way, because also again the concept comes from the space industry, we figured out that hey, in the space industry it can cost billions to develop a mission to the moon or Mars or anywhere. But the technology is the same as or similar to what we want to apply here on Earth. So we managed to convince some space agencies that, hey, if we can use our two birds, one stone approach, where we are able to develop the technology for dual purpose use, they were willing to support this financially. And that was a very, very long struggle, as Fabrice remembers as well. A lot of time where we were just eating ramen noodles because there was not a lot of money coming in, at least on my side. But eventually we persevered and were able to secure that initial support from R&D contracts. And that's also the second part of the question: how were we funded? We got contracts. We got contracts to develop the technology. And keep on tweaking your idea until you either get a customer to pay for it, or if you get someone to be interested in the technologies that you're developing, or like Amy said, to get some first grants or first investment from early supporters. I think that there are resources out there, especially today where the financial markets are so liquid at the moment, that the resources are out there, but you got to keep on tweaking on your idea, and you got to keep on pitching in order to access those resources.
Beautiful answer. Okay.
So, is it
to have a closing remarks before we end the session? So over to you.
No, I think it was a great panel, yes, where we learned that, yes, entrepreneurs, they must first probably have some true purpose in order to do what they want to do. And yes, tackling a big problem starts probably by having a strong motivation to solve this big problem. Also, as I just mentioned, trust crazy ideas, because yes, entrepreneurs will find a lot of naysayers along the road. Also, they will face a lot of setbacks, so they just have to persevere and trust their crazy ideas. I think they have not to stop dreaming big, because I think it's nice to dream big, and yeah, maybe at some point it's not possible to reach, let's say, everything that is initially dream about, but at least it allows you to go quite far. And I think we need also more entrepreneurs, game changers that are audacious, that are bold, because sometimes maybe I see some entrepreneurs that are probably not bold enough. And last but not least, I think it's important to be well prepared. And I think Amy and Joost mentioned this, that at some point you need some good level of preparation before to start, not to spend maybe too much money before you have some validation from the market or from early adopters. And finally, I think what is important is to execute very well. That's key, of course, because you can have the best plans, you can have the best idea, but if you let's say fail in the execution, that's of course not what we want to ultimately achieve. So yes, execution is important, and in the execution, yes, to have mentors, maybe to have advisors is super important. And yes, as a matter of fact, to have enough funding, that's also for sure super important with this kind of breakthrough radical solutions. So thanks, Amy and Joost. It was a pleasure to discuss with you very early or very late for Amy. Thanks again for participating to the panel. Yes, Arijit, I think that's all. Thank you again for the invitation. Always a pleasure. I wish a successful continuation of the World Leaders Summit.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys, for asking us so many questions. We'll for sure send this to our speakers. Thank you for logging from very early time and very late time. And of course, we are really glad and happy that you came. Thank you for the beautiful panel moderation, my friend. And please stay tuned with us. We'll be starting once again in the second half of today. So it is actually divided. World Leaders Summit is divided from morning time to the evening time, and then evening time to the late night time. Every time we are hosting it for 6 hours, starting from 7 a.m. Indian time till approximate 12 to 12:30. And then again, we are starting 4 o'clock, ending about midnight. And yes, happily not sleeping and enjoying totally. Please join us 4 o'clock. Stay tuned. Thank you so much. World Leaders Summit is happening from 5th of November to 9th of November. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So much. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.